Did you know that in the southern hemisphere, it's currently winter?
What?
Is this why you had me on?
The setup.
It's a
Man,
setup.
that's a
You're
funny
under
bit.
arrest. Chat, we got him.
Joke's on you! It's still May!
It's gonna be
Hot in
May.
4K.
Welcome back, everyone. Woo! We're back.
Festive Fantasy!
We're back. A little bit of an impromptu intro. Look at this cast. Holy schmoly.
Look at it. It's so many peeps and so many good people.
Yeah.
Looking.
Perceiving.
Daring.
I will argue against myself, but that's just self-deprecation talking.
Yes, and that's not allowed here. You are not allowed to self-deprecate. J Frost is not allowed to apologize for things outside his control.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no self-deprecating. That would be my job. I'll humble you all.
It's true.
Yeah.
He'll call us slurs.
Hey, wait a minute. I just realized.
I'll just say
Channeling of
you're a slow.
MW2 back in his system.
I just realized we're on the old thing. This isn't Festive Fantasy 5.
CG, you loaded up the wrong game.
No, I loaded up the wrong game. Hold up, let me fix it. Let's
Quick
move
save
on.
scum.
We're fixing it, chat.
God, hold on. I had to blow on the cartridge. Give me a second. There we go.
Yippee!
Da-da-da.
Wow.
Courtesy of one Wandiferous.
Wound.
Woo, show on.
Yippee!
Go on.
Wand, I see you in the chat. Thank you again.
Thank you, Wand. It's so cool.
Very
Hey,
wonderful.
chat, maybe go
art.
follow Wand if you have a chance.
This is a threat.
It's true. But, as always, we have a game to play. Now, I do not have any earlier, like, oh, can you load up things? But, oh boy, if you were not here last time, you're about to be in for a treat. We took a massive turn in the state of the world in Festive Fantasy 5, and we are about to find out just how far those ramifications go. So, before we get into it, let's see some test rolls.
Eight.
All right, test rolls.
10. Perfectly balanced as all things should be.
9. Someone roll 11.
Someone roll 7.
Tweets! Thank you for the
Cinco.
gifted sub
Okay.
to Cedric! Oh my god!
Tweets!
Tweets, we miss you!
Got him.
Bird.
We miss you, tweets.
I did it.
Sweet.
I am the 11.
He rolled the 11. Well, so we
Giga
got
Chad.
8, 9, 10, 11. Ah, we were so close to a straight.
Damn. No straights. This close to June.
No straight.
But have you heard about Final Fantasy 14, the popular MMORPG?
All right, friends.
That's
if
free
you
to
haven't
play.
heard of Festive Fantasy 14, I know someone who has. Is that right, CG?
I'm not sure we'll get that far, but we are definitely going to get into Festive Fantasy 6, often lauded as one of the better of the Festive Fantasies, and regularly in contention for best 16-bit game out there.
This is Nerd.
Shut up.
Haven't played it.
All right, but let us get into it.
Ooh.
Tellus is teetering on the verge of oblivion. It has been several years since the sky tore open and monsters descended upon the land. The Lunar Cry, it was called, and its effects on the world have been dire. The increase in monsters, despite the efforts of the Espers and the technicians, have not subsided, and the world is becoming more closed off as a result. In this tumultuous time, a being known as Ultima, the High Seraph, sought to destroy the realm from behind the scenes. blades, possessing the body of the head of Midlight's Deep, an anarchistic organization that sought to stir war between two of the world's great nations. It was through the intervention of the Wild Rose Guild that her plans were thwarted, but with her dying words of vengeance, she alluded to a great calamity that was coming, and that she was all that prevented its bulwark from consuming this world. No sooner was she slain than the calamity made themselves aware, as a spell plague victim, believed brain dead, transformed into an accursed abomination to attack the guild members. It too would fall to their blades, but not before uttering a single word through severed throat. Genova. A year has passed since then. The formerly closed-off cities have almost all been consumed. As the wards placed by Ultima faltered and fell, the same transformation began to overtake all Spellplague victims, each of them becoming savage and uttering a simple phrase before their transformation. I remember. These Spellplague victims would lash out violently in their transformation before escaping out of the cities they resided in and into the wild, to the deep unknown. Between the Lunar Cry and the Spellplague culmination, many cities lie in ruins, and those that remain fear it is but a matter of time until they fall as well. Center of everything is the Wild Rose Guild, the only major technician guild still operating effectively. Other guild members in dissolved cities flocked to its banner, as it remains the foremost expert on knowing the circumstances that Tellus finds itself in. Although they attempt to solve the Spellplague crisis, so too do they have to deal with the remains of the Lunar Cry, the Espers still absent in their aid. Pulled in all directions, putting out disasters where it can, it would take a miracle for the guild to bring the world back to stability. We bring ourselves to the city of Garelin, home of the Wild Rose Guild. Shanty towns outside the city have started to pop up, but they are still vulnerable outside of the city walls. Many try to get in, but the inside is just as cluttered as the outsides. The reputation of the Wild Rose has brought many that were homeless to its walls, seeking some semblance of protection. It is here that we enter in, across the busy streets glutted with refugees, across towns and across buildings, holes made by transformed Spellplague victims, and attacks from monsters on the outside, passing through the streets as we see many poor, child, family, elderly individual traveling towards the center, though, gets more and more active. Aid from members of the citizenry, providing where they can, coming and going, all at a major building. The Guild Hall, the clan of the Wild Rose clan. Despite all the activity, however, the Guild Hall itself is fairly empty. Not because of a lack of activity, but instead because it is constantly sending out technicians and agents. Many of the upper and senior leaders of the guild are running around, putting out fires where they can, to the best of their ability. This has led to a gap in leadership, one that had been filled recently. The two greeters at the main counter, Lavian and Alicia, human individuals, make their way behind the counter towards the main council chamber, which at this very juncture is empty except for one individual. Tart, would you like to explain who is sitting at this table?
Oh boy. For you long-time fans out there, you may come to recognize this character, but sitting at the table is a not overly tall, maybe standing at about, well, I guess sitting if I'm sitting at the table, sitting at about 5'8", 5'7", 5'8". A woman clad in primarily pink and white, appears to be a Viera with tall, like, white ears that kind of fade to like a deeper, almost bluish gray at the base, and a pink tail. She is sat there. There is a halberd slung across her back. She, despite having primarily cloths and thinner garments, there are bits of what look like very finely crafted iron across her form, and the most important, most striking aspect of her is her right arm, which seems to be a sort of blend between technology and magicka, as she has this seemingly mechanical prosthetic that has been evolved over the years in her time with the guild, and now is much more robust, much more intricate, and seems to now have this almost like pulsing yellow light to it, almost accenting the overall build. She is currently slumped over I don't know, perhaps a map or some official documents, and seems to be kind of like putting her hands up, kind of rubbing her brows a bit, seemingly deep in thought. Her temples, not her brows. As sat at the table is Zephra of the Immortal Chocobo. Chat, she's back! My baby girl!
Returning from Festive Fantasy 1.
Long time character. Look at the glow up! Holy!
As you are pouring over the maps, and missives, that it has become some of the most monotonous, but in a good way, part of your work. The twins enter and say, Guildmaster.
She kind of snaps out of this almost trance that she's in, and as she looks up, the one streak of white that has been growing ever more evident in her otherwise long pink plume of hair, it kind of accents the rest of her face as she looks up, and she kind of blinks. Oh, yes.
I'm sorry, are we interrupting? Is this critical?
No, I'm just in thought at the moment. What do you need?
As Lavian was speaking up, Alicia pipes up. We are here for a report on the standings of the city. Several of our aid groups have been heading on out to the nearby smaller townships. There should be a traveling party back later this afternoon. We'll have to make do for more refugees.
Wonderful. Let's make sure to open up a bit more space within the fifth ward, whatever we can spare to give them the place to settle.
The noble Ozer is reluctant, but we think we can convince him to open up his manor.
That would be a massive help.
We have. There is also word that an attack was repelled from the outside. Appeared to be some sort of giant made of steel. One of our number was seen sword fighting with it, but it's been driven off.
Do you know which member this was?
We don't have info on exactly who it was. We believe it's the one that has the trench coat and katana. I believe Malachi was also seen aiding.
Wonderful. Well, if they can deliver their own reports, that would be massively beneficial. But otherwise, make sure that my thanks is delivered, and well, have Malachi report to me as soon as he can.
At one skilled master, but this last bit, we believe that you may have to put the reports down for now. There has been a missive from the medical wards. They need to see you.
Her ears kind of perk up a little bit. She sort of straightens her posture, and she will expediently rise from the chair, and she, oddly enough, she unslings the halberd that's been resting and almost uses it as part of a walking stick. It should be noted this halberd in its entirety overall is much larger than her, presumably maybe not originally meant for her to wield, at least efficiently, but it is something that she is almost always seen with. And she will begin to head to the medical ward.
Medical ward that the spell plague victims have been housed up in. The ones that have not turned, at least. Is a location very familiar to Zephra, and as such, despite the crowds, there's no need for a survival check. It is on the outskirts. A tower belonging to, well, a former client. One that had sought to combine the elemental forces into one Ducroix, a male Numu, who has fortunately succumbed to spell plague as one of its earliest victims. His tower remains empty. At least it was until the refugees started pouring in. Most importantly, the facilities there and the isolation compared to the rest of the town made it ideal for research into this malady. Everyone
Zephra,
inside. Oh, sorry.
just really quick, Zephra kind of looking out at the tower. She kind of thinks back on that adventure that brought her and so many of her still good friends together. And she remembers Ducroix and the quest that he commissioned from them. And she looks down at her mechanical hand and sort of curls her fingers a little bit. And she flips her hand over, looking at the back where this almost yellow, not quite a gem, but this sort of, I guess you could call it like an emblem, glowing yellow on the back of her palm that still to this day courses with remnant energies from that she acquired from that quest that they underwent so many years ago. She remembers Ducroix, and as well as the friends that she lost, not just then, but the ones that are still missing now.
With solemn determination, you make your way into the tower. You are greeted with someone that you are familiar with, but only a recent acquaintance from this last year, as you see a man in gold armor with a green tabard looking at you, and he says, "Oh, Guildmaster, you prompt as usual, as Delisi from the former organization of Midlight's Deep greets you.
Oh
Come.
man.
She
All the callbacks.
She-
Holy.
she was very adamant that this was urgent. He kind of gestures you towards the deeper part of the ward.
She'll give kind of an approving nod and then move forward.
Making your way through, you pass several beds, cots, with a few different types of spell plague victims. Some of them are comatose, as you had previously seen. A few of them do seem to respond to you passing by, and a few of them further are in denial and shouting that there's nothing wrong with them. But this is nothing new for you. Making your way into the deepest part, however, you come face to face with the leading researcher into spell plague. Give me a second.
I don't have a Discord reactive image for you, but I can get it. Hold on.
My Fuki's already updated to Alize, so.
Oh my goodness. Tweets.
Welcome back,
Hello.
Tweets!
Welcome back.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, it didn't update. Hold on, I can fix that.
Reprising her role from last year's Festive Fantasy is Alice Ward, a
She
summoner. Alice is a summoner attuned to the healing power of Phoenix, the Esper of Life, and was at the forefront of the confrontation with Ultima, as well as the first spell plague victim.
You
But
summoned me, Alice.
Oh, yes, I did. Please come in. Make yourself more comfortable.
I will do as such. Also, your Discord reactive is not updating, and I don't know why. I'm so sorry. But we have you next to your image, so it's good. Look, chat. Look, it's tweets. Whoa, dude.
Sorry. So, I'm here. I hear that you need information about the spell plague. Sorry. And she kind of looks a little tired as she's like pushing her hair back to the side and like just bags under her eyes. This girl looked like she has not been resting at all.
Alice, what have we discussed about you keeping up with your sleep?
I know I should be resting when I can, but you know how busy it's been. Not
Do
only
I
as
ever?
someone working on the front lines, but healing as well.
Your work here has been imperative. What have you learned?
Well, do you want good news, bad news, or you know what? I'll save the horrifying news for later. But please,
good, it gets worse.
have a seat. Of course. It only gets worse before it gets better, as my grandfather says. She kind of compiles some papers together as she kind of looks at the rushily scribbled notes she's made for this conversation. Well, let's see. The body that we've been, well, trying to preserve. Well, it's not really rotting or decaying as a body should, but we haven't found anything else other than that. It's, how do I say, dormant? It's not rotting, that's the problem. So, if I figure out anything else with the body, I'll let you know, but at the moment, there's just nothing going on within. That's concerning on itself.
I see. What other news do you have? Was that the good news or the bad news?
The kind of up in the air news, I'm afraid, but the good news is that we found ways to halt and stall some of the symptoms of the spell plague. The bad news, though, is that it's only something me and, well, other people of the kind like me that do it. Summoners of Phoenix, specifically. Which she points at herself, like, is why I'm more tired than normal, I suppose.
All the reason your
Sorry.
all the reason your work here is so wildly imperative, which is why I again must really push for you to rest when you're able.
After this, I probably will. And she kind of like covers her mouth a little bit and looks away.
I can't tell if this is a bit for her, or if you are actually sick.
A bit for her.
Oh.
Teehee. Anyways, I suppose you would want to know the, symptoms to look out for, I suppose, right?
Yes. Any bit of information we can gather to help us prepare.
There's a couple of symptoms. We've, been able to determine the progression of them. Stage 1 is, whispers. Victims will hear, like, whispering of voices, like a language you can't really understand. And your body feels cold to the touch and body temperature drops. But subjects won't feel that. They don't feel anything different. It's only something that can be felt from the outside. And you'll notice that she kind of holds her arms close to herself, crossing her arms in a defensive manner. She'll shake her head and kind of clear her throat before going on. The second stage is dissociation. It's like victims have long periods of time where they space out, or times of intense focus. When the victim returns, they speak of feeling an intense feeling of clarity. They also begin to lose and slur speech. And have no remembering things that they're never part of. For example, someone I was treating the other day could distinctly recall their first contact with espers, an event that took place hundreds of years ago. So be cautious of that. Stage 3 is ego death. Death of an ego. The victim doubles over and enters into a state of similar to brain death, basically. The sights you see there, and she'll like nod her head towards where a lot of the patients have been, where they only gasp and groan. They're basically dead. Who they were, they're gone. The most adept in magic have sometimes been able to utter the phrase Genova, but we don't have any references to what or who or whatever Genova is.
Looks at the hard
Victims
camera.
Quiet, you.
The victim no longer needs to eat or breathe, but do so as if prompted. Basically, at this stage, they're just not there anymore. And the last stage is transformation. As almost like a switch, the victim goes into a transformation that turns them feral. They attack anything in the vicinity that moves, and as if to intercept them, but otherwise they will attempt to escape at all haste. That was the first body I was mentioning earlier. The thing I had to fight. Fortunately,
You look at the body of that she is gesturing to. It appears to be some kind of black mage, seen in their usual blue robes and pointed hat, except the darkness that usually covers their face has been split, and almost tentacle-like appendages growing out from this initial spot, with now pale eyes, where once were a vibrant golden to peer through the darkness, being the only sign that there was once a face there.
And have we devised any other means to combat or even protect ourselves from these creatures? They don't even remotely represent the person they were before.
it's hard to say. Even with me being careful, I still got hit by... She clears her throat and looks down to the side. If you want to incite her, you totally can.
Oh, absolutely.
But the DC is 10.
25.
She is denoting that she might have a level of spell plague herself because of the encounter.
And have we... I know you've mentioned that you've come up with ways to at least slow the plague's spread.
To a degree. I've only been lucky enough to only hear the whispers, and then they go away. Others have told me that sometimes I'm cold to the touch, but then I get my warmth back. And it's only, I think, because of my connection to Phoenix that I've been able to stop and halt it to where I'm at, but my only advice would be, it might be hard, but to be cautious with your magic. A high level of magic is more likely to cause spell plague to be easily happen, so to speak. But as someone like me, that's sometimes a little hard to do that.
It makes me thankful that I've been reserving our higher level mages for more severe operations. What about the other espers? There's been no reports of similar phenomenon as far as resisting the plague?
Alize shakes her head. Only Phoenix summoners, from my understanding, are able to stop the spell plague from progressing.
Zephra.
And then,
Go ahead.
no, sorry. Go ahead. I suppose you mentioned.
No, Zephra was just gonna kind of take a deep breath. Just kind of. That was literally it. She didn't have anything else.
Okay. Well, there is something else. It's the horrifying, unfortunately.
Zephra like
We've-
kind of straightens up, kind of like readying herself.
We've, in the past few days, have a small handful of spell plague victims that we discovered have no spell casting aptitude whatsoever.
It's spreading to those without the ability, without innate magics. How's that possible?
We've only. I'm not too sure. We're still looking into that ourselves, but so far we've only had 4 or 5. But the fact that someone, even a small group, with no ability to cast magic, has spell plague is very alarming.
It is. Keep this close to the chest. We do not let this spread until we know more, otherwise we risk inciting a panic. Thank you for...
Alice nods.
Thank you for confiding this in me. Now please, go rest. You've more than earned it.
I have to pull my weight somehow. I know, Mira and Vadgar are hard at work in the city front, and God knows where Big Soup's at. But I suppose for their sake I should maybe take a 8-hour nap or so.
She'll kind of place her hand on Alice's shoulder and kind of give a reaffirming nod. Thank you, Alice, for everything.
Of course. Please stay safe out there.
You as well. Call for me if you need
She'll-
anything else.
She'll nod and give a small wave, and she'll hand you the notes of information that she talked to you about. The mad scribbles of a tired lady.
I'll add that to Zephra's inventory, probably in the key item section.
For some reason, it's in Ceylon's handwriting.
Oh. Oh, that's ominous.
The worlds are merging! Oh no!
As you depart with the notes, Zephra, you see Delisi kind of standing at the front. None of the other transformed have given us a reason for me to draw my blade, but I will watch over her as she continues to do her work.
Please do.
And as Zephra, you depart with the notes in tow, I would like to thank Tweets for reprising their role of Alice.
Yay!
Thank you for having me for a brief moment.
Thank you for being here.
So good to have you back again, even though this is not a real game.
Y'all
Oh,
better
what-
find the cure. So help me God, if Alice goes down, I am going into this world and I'm finding you all.
It's real to me, damn it. No, I mean, like, we're not having a real game. Like, it's still good to at least have you here, Tweets.
Yeah.
Good luck, y'all.
Real to me too, Joe.
Bye, tweets.
Good luck, y'all.
Bye, Tweets.
You're gonna
That's
need
where-
it.
Yeah.
Who the fuck was that?
I don't
Ah,
know.
some nerd.
All I'm saying with all these
I don't know,
callbacks, I'm expecting the final boss of like Festive Fantasy altogether. I'm expecting that to look like a fucking FF14 raid boss. Just like
Ha.
20 of us all going at them at one time.
So we
Shiva
met. Go on.
Shiva music playing in the background.
So we met Alice. Where's Alphino?
quiet, you. Most people here don't know that reference.
I know that reference.
Yeah,
I
okay,
know that
whatever.
one.
But as we cut away from Zephra, as she makes her way back with this somber news, we are going to shift our scene. And now that our good friend Miss Tweedums has departed, I'm going to roll at random. Okay. We cut away dozens of miles away from the magic city of Garland. A string of refugees, some 30 in number, tires along the road. They remain vigilant despite their exhaustion, eyes out for any danger that might be lurking out, any errant dragon, any tentacled wizard. At the front, though, serving as a guide, bringing them back to the city under their protection. J. Frost, would you like to describe your character?
Sure. There is this white Bonga who kind of, with his physical form, is standing at probably a maximum of 5'10". His entire look being a little bit haggard from the journey, his clothes worn down here and there, his eyes darting from the tree line to the sky towards lower parts on the ground, as he's kind of shepherding this group, clutching tightly onto a staff as he's kind of hurriedly walking and muttering a bit of prayers of protection for the world spirits to keep them safe from any of the danger that is to come.
You are approached by a what appears to be a Bronzo mother with her cub held behind, and goes, "Sir, how much longer? My son needs to sit and rest for a while."
We are almost there. We are almost there. It should not be too long.
My
We need
feet
to continue
hurt.
moving. I understand, little one. But we must
Mom, why do
continue.
we have to leave home? It's not safe there anymore, little one. It's not safe anywhere but where this man is taking us. I want to go home.
Let's do it,
That's-
little.
As you lean down to comfort this child, you hear in the like several people's back. You hear as what appears to be like a new moon is having a coughing fit. There are a couple humans kind of surrounding him, as well as what appears to be his wife. And the first one, a tall woman, older side of 50 with graying red hairs, looking as like, "Sir, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Just the walk is aggravating my cough." Xerxes,
Yes.
roll me an insight, please.
Yeah, insight check. Alright. Insight. Thank you, small child. That is a 15.
Kind of getting a feel of the group. You see that not just the woman, the tone in her voice is clear, and you can pick it up from a few others. You're not sure how deep it goes, but they begin to worry about if this individual has spell plague. There's a growing sense of unease. No, he doesn't cast any spells. He can't have the plague. As his wife begins to speak back, and it's like, and this one a red scaled bonga man approaches and says, yes, and we are to believe you. He could just not be casting anything and carrying it with us just to find safety. I've seen what what plague victims turn to, ripping through entire houses. It's not safe. There's murmuring going amongst the group.
Quarreling will get us nowhere. If you are that scared for yourselves, I will stay a little bit behind, trying to act as a buffer between you and him. Continue following my directions. We shall get to this city in no time.
And how are we to know that you can stand any of this transformation?
I have lasted this long. I have feared nothing. And so far, I have done enough success. Do not push your luck. I will not suffer. Neither will you.
Xerxes, I would like your choice between intimidation or persuasion.
Eh, boy. Both of them are kind of fat suck. So... I'll try to persuade. Nine.
The red-headed woman from before kind of responds with, well, good for you. You are also but one person for 30 of us? How many of us are going to perish while you're trying to defend the others? Better that we just leave them on the side of the road. Make sure that we get to safety and not take the risk. There's a start of a consensus growing.
We continue as such. I will remain back in the lower areas here to ensure that nothing occurs. As he kind of taps his staff onto the ground. We have managed to make it this far. We have done quite well. Trust in the earth spirits.
Fortunately, it seems that the group continues to be unpersuaded from your words. You may have to try a different approach.
Can I try making something quickly through my herbalism kit to help with this man's cough?
You can try.
Screw it. May as well. I will try to create at least a little bit of a cough suppressant.
Alright, go ahead and pull up your herbalism for me.
Okay, I will roll.
Unfortunately,
That's
in
rough,
the last
bud.
encounter, with a pack of wolves, your herbalism kit got munched into, and it is all gone. Go ahead and take the herbalism kit off of your character sheet.
Oh. Damn, I'm renaming you to Cyrus Jr.
However, I will allow you to make a medicine check on the old man.
Okie dokie, I'll take a medicine check. Oh, 27, I'll take that.
The cough aside, this man is showing no symptoms. In fact, he appears to have a bit of a fever. Small one, perhaps brought on by exertion, but certainly not something in line with spell plague. He'll need some rest, and perhaps some kind of unfortunate herbal aid, but he should be good to go.
Xerxes will pass the man his skin of water, kind of just to help him at least cool down a bit. Apply to your forehead. Drink if you need.
The old man is... Thank you. Thank you. He has a little trouble getting it down, but he does get it down, and eventually the coughing subsides. You see the rest of the the cavalcade is looking at you, kind of expectantly.
Come, we continue the march. It is
What?
only a slight
What
fever.
did you do?
It's a slight fever. I gave him water. It's to help break it and to stay hydrated.
There's a bit of a discussion nearby. It's like, is that part of spell plague? I mean, I heard that you grow fangs and claws during spell plague. I don't remember. And then, while everyone is in the middle of this discussion and this uneasiness, you hear from back up front, "We go!" It's a small Ronso cup from before, and with everyone else kind of indetermined, the steel will that you resolved and the unflinching nature of a child whose feet are hurting is enough to sway the crowd. Fortunately, you avoid that confrontation. I'd like you to roll me a perception check. As you are making your way closer to Garland, keep an eye out for monsters.
Perception, okay. 29!
Your sharp eyes denote that, thankfully, no monsters have approached. Travel, despite the tension within the group, has been mercifully quiet. And as you approach the shanty town of Garland on the outside of its walls, you leave the group that you brought to several of the guards, at this point well versed in dealing with refugees. Make your way in to the city, specifically in towards the guild hall, to let them know that you've returned. Now allow me to roll the dice. Fitting. Xerxes, as you pass through the gates on the east side of town, on the west side of town, dust is settling, along with a massive thud into the dirt as this giant made of metal falls to a knee before rapidly rusting and disappearing the massive claymore that it had in its hand. The only part of its visage not rapidly withering away. And weapon out thrust, having dealt the killing blow, the wielder pulls it back, wipes the blade of blood that did not exist, and turns back to look at the wall. Joe, would you like to introduce your
Yes.
character?
Warren is a white-haired human with a blue trench coat of sorts. He carrying around a katana as if precious to him. Every step he makes is poised and feels like it has a purpose. And the people around are, oh Jesus Christ, the people around him would definitely get a very like cold kind of like presence from him. But anybody in the guild or anybody like who's known him knows that he's at least somewhat approachable.
The cool nature of Warren gives him this air of mystery as he returns to the gates. The captain of the Gate Watch, another member of the guilds, looking at you as you come back in, you know this to be the Dragoon Malachi. As he looks like he goes to say something, he is cut off immediately by what appears to be a poorly dressed young Banga, probably you would estimate around 18, of green scale. And he walks up to you, Warren, and he says, "You took out that guy so easily!"
He will just kind of look towards the individual. I'm sorry, you said this was like a kid or something? I
He's
apologize.
basically, he is on the tail end of teen approaching young adult.
Okay. He'll just kind of look towards him, kind of like beat him in the eye. Life has its own challenges, child. Believe me, that one gave me almost a run for my number, but it's tricky not being able to use my full power.
Wasn't even your full power? Oh, how do I get so strong like you?
Patience, practice, precision.
You never let me have a chance to do anything around here. And he kind of, you can see that this Bangatin has what appears to be like a standard issue short sword, and the armor is kind of ill-fitting. Just by his look, you get the sense that this is someone who wanted to help with anything that they had on hand.
He'll kind of like cock a smile towards like the young teen. Believe me, it's not all that's cracked up to. Just keep at your lessons, and you will do fine. And he'll just kind of motion back towards Malachi.
Malachi looks down to you. Good work as always, Warren. That sword fight that you had with the giant was a little much, but you know, I suppose I can't argue with the results.
What's life without a little flourish or style? He says, just kind of like a little like jab towards Malachi's arm.
He gives a sigh, and he's like, he comes back to you. Next time, we can make sure that at least a couple of the others come along with you. We don't know how strong that one was. And before you go to
Unfortunately,
say
that's half the fun. Okay, sorry.
no, you could say that. You could say that. As you respond with, "Well, that's half the fun." The teen kind of looks back to you. He's like, "Yeah, I mean, he could beat them all single-handedly. Like, unlike you just stand up here and just shout at it." The Warren, you are familiar with Malachi. Malachi has been a great captain, and he's been great on defense, whereas you've been great on offense. However, he is also, as the commander, in charge of making the tough calls. And you can see that, although it's clearly a teen that's, he's clearly got a favorite in this race compared to the two of you. You can see that some of this is starting to get to the captain of the guard.
He'll kind of just put a hand on Malachi's shoulder. Oh, dutiful captain, I will do my best to heed your advice, but I make no promises.
Malachi looks for a second, and I want you to go ahead and roll me just a straight, we'll just say a charisma check with advantage. I'm taking into account the situation, so there is going to be a modifier on my end.
Oh, come on. Sorry, many drag stuff. 12.
Okay. There's a moment where the teen who is enamored with you is he's like flabbergasted. Like, how dare this super cool guy listen to this other guy who is saying to stand back? But you do impart, you do kind of do so with enough of a flourish where he's like, I guess. And this teen looks back and goes, I guess he is a captain. And he just kind of like kicks a rock and starts to meander away. And Malachi looks back to you. Thank you. It's not been easy.
It's funny. He reminds me a little of my brother at that age. He just kind of says, kind of feeling a little nostalgic and reminiscing for a bit before kind of snapping back to the mystique look.
Maybe you'll have to tell me about him someday. Oh, you were saying something. And he looks back to this messenger. As like, yes, Captain. So there is a request of a summons from the guild hall for you. And he looks at the message, reads a couple times. Right. I'll make my way there. And then as he begins to start making way, there's another call from what appears to be a scout saying, Captain, we're seeing an increase in activity from small creatures made of gelatin? Gelatin, yes. They appear to be on their way here. Should we call to arms? Malachi kind of sighs a little bit, and he looks on over to you, Warren, and he says, the message was not especially... It didn't call for me specifically. Would you mind going and taking care of that? See what the Guildmaster needs of us. We should be fine here. And he looks at your blade. I am not sure that is the best for a bunch of jelly as is.
I got my tools and tree. Don't worry about me.
Still, someone needs to go deal with the guild masters. Would you be so kind?
Yeah, sure. I think I've earned a bit of a break, he says as he just casually just strolls away from the conversation.
As you pass by, you look, like, you don't look, but the scene pans and it shows that teen currently trying to pick up the massive claymore of this giant, which I must emphasize is a sword that is something like 10 feet long and 5 feet thick. But as you make your way towards the guild, you're going to cut away from there. Moving back away from the city of Garland, we instead find our way to a small town. City of Linalia. It was at its peak a hilly, almost step shaped farming community. Crops have overgrown the field with no one to harvest them, no care given to them. Doors left ajar, houses empty. Making their way through from the north side of town, there is a rather heavily armored individual making their way in with purpose, passing several buildings until they make their way to one that they are keen on approaching. There is a knock at the door, and as the door opens, a small child, a Sikh, a pig-like humanoid, looks up and at the individual who approached, and she looks excitedly. "Oh, you're back! Grandma, he's back!" As the Sikh child runs in, and Squinto, if you would be so kind as to introduce your character.
Yes, my character is a 6'2", 250-pound built like a brick, a brick house, Rogadin, by the name of Mace Oakenshield. He's heavily armored, with his chain shirt and various plates. He carries a warhammer at his side, ornate with the god that he serves, the Esper Phoenix. He has bluish gray skin, square jaw, and looks like a rough individual to meet at any point in time, but with his country accent, is overall a very reasonable person to be around.
As you kind of walk in, the broad frame and heavy armor that you wear is a dead giveaway. There's no way anyone would mistake you for anything else, and boy, has this home that you've entered into always been just a little too small for you. It's not easy to maneuver around without the armor, and even with the armor, it almost feels like you can only hang out in the center area. But as the Sikh child makes their way in, there's a moment where you're just sitting there awkwardly waiting for them to return, and return they do as they come back with an elderly Sikh along with another small child. These are a small family that you have been visiting recently, the only residents of this town. You're back. the elderly Sikh says, and she kind of snorts a little bit. He's in much better condition.
That's good to hear. I told you I'd be back.
Yes.
Is his condition worse?
No, he is doing better, but he's stable, but I'm not sure if he's fully returned to us yet. And she kind of gestures for you to walk in.
Mace will walk in.
You have to go in through the door sideways, but you do, making your way to the back of this house, where you see currently residing in a bed that's just a tiny bit too small for him. Aronso. He seems to have markings and armor that have been set aside, and bandaged wounds upon his chest that have, as far as you can tell, recently been replaced. The grandmother pipes back up. The wound has stopped bleeding. I was able to stitch it together a few days ago, and it's healing, but he has yet to regain consciousness.
Let me see if I can possibly help with this. And Mace will kneel over to the bed and will cast a Cure Wounds on the Ronso to see if he can help up with the healing process.
Now, I would like to ask, are you sure you want to do this?
Why do you gotta tell me these things, Sichi? I'm gonna go ahead and do it.
Okay. I'd like you to roll me a d20 and then another d20. Okay. Knowing the risks involved in casting magic, you hope that the Phoenix watches over you as you cast the Cure Wounds on this individual. Nothing happens. Thankfully. Go ahead and roll your Cure Wounds for me, please. Okay. So we are using 5.5e. One of the things, I know we had that discussion earlier about building your sheet. I am now realizing one of the things that we forgot to do is I forgot to go over some of the old spells. We can do that next time, but
Okay.
to make changes as needed. However, Cure Wounds now heals for 2d8 on base cast.
Right, so I'll just put that in manually.
Yeah. But as the healing takes hold, you see that the stitches that were put in through the aid of this Sikh grandmother begin to remove themselves as the wound itself seals shut. You do notice that there is a rather impressive scar there, but notably the Ronso has not awoken.
Well, at least he's in more stable condition right now.
Are you here to
Hopefully
take us away? Sorry, go ahead.
Hopefully he'll wake soon enough.
I'm afraid that we might not have the time for that anymore.
What's been going on?
She wanders over to the window and she opens it up very delicately. And she points off into the distance outside. I'd like you to roll me a perception check.
$13.
It's tough from your current position. The angle is a bit weird, and your size, unfortunately, puts your head a little bit above the window. There's just not a good way for you to get an angle to see out this window.
Sorry, I'm a little tall for this house. If you excuse me, let me walk outside and see if I can get a better angle.
All right, but be quiet. You don't want to draw attention.
I'll head outside and try to get a better look.
Okay. Are you going to heed what she said, or are you just going to proceed as normal?
I'll proceed as she said, to be quiet.
All right. Go ahead and roll me a stealth with disadvantage.
Oh no. How do you do that?
Just go ahead and click on stealth for now. It usually brings up 2 numbers anyways. Yeah. So, a 12. You're not a stealthy individual by nature, but even taking in the warning is enough to ward you against whatever this might be. And as you get a better look, you can see far off in the distance, but still at a point where there's a line of sight in what can only be described as a nest of houses. Currently sleeping is this massive worm. It is completely bleached, with the exception of its dark brown horns and claws, and you can see the rising and falling of its breath, specifically because it creates this sort of frost on the nearby houses. Massive weapons, ancient, are sticking out of its hide to the point where you're not sure how long they've been there.
He'll whisper to himself, "Oh, gods be damned." And he'll creep back over to the window where the grandmother Seek was and say, "I think it's best if we try to get you into the city. It's clearly not the best place for you or your granddaughters. And if needs be, I can carry our injured friend here the way we need."
I could never leave him, and I could never bring him with me, so your help would be greatly appreciated.
Right, so we need to get moving quietly.
As the grandmother goes back in, the 2 children look back up. Well, we're going to have to leave, dears. You see that they're a little bit dejected and sad, but unlike the child that Xerxes had to deal with, these 2 Sikh girls have long made acquaintance with the fact that they would have to leave at some point.
Mace will bend down to a knee to both of them and try to reassure them, saying, Look, it's going to be all right. We're going to get to the city safe and sound, and I'm sure there's plenty of other kids there that you can get to know and become great friends with. It'll be all right, darling. As he puts his finger underneath one of them's chin and wipes away a tear.
Go ahead and roll me, we'll say, another straight charisma check with advantage. So just roll normally and we'll take the higher.
Right. $17.
Is your charisma a 0?
Oh, so +2, so that'd be 19.
Okay. 19. She looks up at you, and any fear or concern that was in her eye is suppressed for now, anyways. Hopefully, long enough for the 5 of you to escape the city. Come on, Diaz. We've got to get going. And as the 2 small girls begin to help their grandmother out of the door, Mace, you walk on over to the Ronso, which, thanks to the care that you have shown with your spellcasting and the medical aid provided by the Sikh grandma, is well enough that you are able to carry them basically piggyback style, which severely improves your maneuverability. Once you escape the house, or get out of the house, I should say, you begin to make your way out of town when you hear the crunching and splintering of wood off in the distance. And you do turn and you see that the Wyrm is starting to move. You're unsure if they're getting up and waking, or if they are simply departing. I'd like you to go ahead and roll a stealth check.
Oh boy. That is a 12. If it's a yeah, it's a 12.
It is a 9, so it did factor in the +3.
Ah, okay.
So that is a 9. I roll for Grandma and the girls. Good roll for Grandma. Fantastic roll for the girls, though, as one of them gets a nat 20. So as the creature begins to stir, the 2 girls, they go, "Quick, back here!" And they kind of gesture towards an alley, and one of them goes and begins to, like, slightly push their grandmother, just enough to move her a little bit faster. And the other one kind of takes you by the hand and navigates you around the corner so your armor doesn't bang into a building. You wait there for what feels like hours, but only a few minutes pass. More stone and wood breaking as the beast shifts. But it is only that, shifting. Soon, poke your head out, feeling brave enough. The creature has returned to its slumber. I'd like
Looks
you to
like
roll me. Go ahead.
Go. Oh, looks like the coast is clear. And he'll look down at one of the young granddaughters. Good job, little one.
She giggles a little bit, but very quietly. As the group of you begin to make your way out of the city, you depart from Linalia towards Garaland. concreting the knowledge that Linalia has, 1, been fully evacuated, and 2, has one last inhabited that you feel inclined that the guild should hear about. But we are going to cut away from you. And move back to the city streets of Garland. Currently, the situation in the walls is tense. While on the outside, the lack of protection that the city walls may provide creates this climate of inevitable fear amongst those in the shanty town. Those within the walls have a feeling of tenseness, of restlessness, and of distrust towards these refugees. But more importantly, their own brand of fear. Any one of the citizenry that they've never met may transform and lash out. As such, the guild maintains a standing guard that roams around the city, keeping an eye out for any potentially dangerous situations from normal citizenry and transformed individuals of light. We are going to join one such individual as they are roaming around a corner. And Wiley, I would like you to introduce your character.
I would love to. Belle is a Namazu, wielding or carrying an axe around. Typical red garb. The Belle you probably seen before. The girl.
The girl.
She's just a girl.
I love her.
You'll be just a girl.
I miss Gilf every day of my life.
Belle, you have been known to, due to most of the other members of the guild being out and about at the moment, you are by yourself. Part of you hoping that nothing happens today, but ready in case it is. You watch as there appears to be a member of a shop, formerly of a shop, of a bakery. Their wares empty, and baker inside simply sitting, looking forlorn and despairing. You pass by what used to be a wonderful center plaza for the town, now almost completely overrun with poor souls who have nowhere to hang their hat. Pass by appears to be a blacksmith, working their wares, desperately trying to light a fire that will not start. What is Belle thinking right now?
Belle is digging through her inventory. Excuse me, you need a light?
You see the rather impressively built blacksmith, rather hefty beard, but bald head, turn around and goes, I ain't been having a lot of trouble getting this thing to light up. And he takes the bellows and he tries to fan the flames, but they aren't getting hot enough.
Puts away her tinderbox and oil. Making anything cool today?
More swords, more weapons. doing some patchwork. Every day the guild brings in another plate with a massive hole in it. A few of them with still with the fresh blood of a fallen god. It's too valuable to sell it. It's too valuable not to leave on the bodies. It's depressing work, surprising as you may think it be.
Oh, don't be sad. Things will get better. You're doing a great job.
Keen looks at you and he doesn't seem like he's fully taking what you say to heart, but he does give a nod. And he looks to you and goes, "Keep that hope in your heart. At least someone can."
I will, yes.
Bell, your conversation, although it has seemed to come to an end and you begin to make your way away from the blacksmith, is cut off by the sound of screaming off in the distance. And we'll put on a little bit better music, I think. As you hear screaming from several buildings down, you watch as stumbling out of the nearby building. You know it at this juncture. You've heard it plenty of times. It is the cry of a spell-plague victim. As he thrashes about at the people in the middle of the road, they take a step back, they step away from it, and as they do, it begins to dart past them, almost on all fours, running along the roads and crashing into buildings as though not aware of obstacles in its path. What do you do?
I will dash towards it in pursuit,
Alright.
squeaking aggressively.
As you pursue it, it leaves a trail of damage in its wake, but most notably, no individuals. Belle, go ahead and roll me a history check with advantage.
I'm gonna need it. Oh, 16?
16. This is, although the appearance of a spell plague victim is always alarming, this sort of scene where it leaves destruction but not bloodshed is actually not uncommon. Left to their own devices, you are aware that a spell plague victim will not attack unless provoked. As you continue to follow it, however, you keep your distance, making sure not to trigger it. However, off in the distance, you hear shouting. "It's probably over here! Over there! Stop it!" As rounding the corner, you see what appears to be some kind of civilian militia led by a man wearing what you would know as Rabanaster royal armor. Clearly a refugee from that area of the world. As he pulls out a polearm. "We're not gonna let these freaks run rampant anymore. Defend the town. Can't rely on the guild to solve everything for us. He begins to rally up the civilians. And you see a bunch of them, whereas the Rabbinaster Guard is equipped with appropriate armor. He seems well trained and is wielding a spear. The rest of the citizens are wielding butcher cleavers, pitchforks, old swords still in the scabbard. What do you do?
A dilemma. She'll try to get in between them and get in their way.
Okay. At this juncture, I'm going to say that you dash ahead of the spell plague victim. It's not difficult. It's not going in a straight line. And as you interpose yourself in front of the spell plague victim, still making its way towards these civilians, you'd estimate you've got probably about 15 seconds before it meets this group. And as the guard sees you approach, he goes, "Ah, good. Another axe to help deal with this creature."
I guess I have no choice. She's gonna turn against the spell plague victim, knowing that these guys are not gonna leave them alone.
Okay. Bring this up. If you choose to go through with this, then we are going to do some simplified combat. As the creature approaches, it is about 40 feet out. Go ahead and roll me initiative.
What an initiative!
Yeah, good one to
Jesus.
start. Yeah, you're going first. Alright. What do you do? It is your lead. The spell plague victim is still about to crawl through a stall before it makes its way towards you.
I'm gonna keep it simple. I'm gonna give it heck. Going with an attack. Actually, how far is it?
It's about 40 feet away.
Alright, what's the range on... Range on a hand axe, 30 feet?
Should say on the item.
20 to 60. Okay, I'll run into range and then throw it. I'll run just in range. And I'll give it
Okay.
heck.
Okay. That will hit.
$13.
13 damage. Do you have
Is it
anything
still-
else?
If it's still standing, I'm gonna throw the same axe again.
It
That's a
is still
lot of attacks.
standing. With your thrown weapon master feat, Heck returns to your hand for you to throw again.
A 29.
as the second axe buries into the shoulder of this spell plague victim. It doesn't even bend over in pain in anything, as instead it just keeps going, but it does seem to acknowledge the damage that was done to it. It is going to close the gap.
I still have a bonus action I didn't use. I'm gonna use that to throw twice.
All right, go ahead and throw 2 more times.
Let's roll both attacks. 'Cause... There we go. 30 hits. Another 14. A 17 hit.
It does.
That's a lot of heck.
Okay. The damage is done. It is still moving, however.
Aw, heck. That'll be turn.
It is going to close distance on you. As it does, the guard's held action goes off. That is not going to hit as it attempts to thrust towards the victim, but it lurches unusually and instead goes straight for you, having placed yourself right at the front. It is going to make 2 attacks on you. That's a natural 20.
Oh no.
That may be the highest amount of damage I can roll with this attack. It's not far off. You are going to take 34 necrotic damage.
Sheesh.
Second attack. That one is definitely going to miss, though. That doesn't even... Well, actually, it might hit. Does a 17 hit you?
Yes, my AC is 16.
Okay. Much less damage. This is going to deal 17 to you as it begins to tear into your flesh. It is now your turn as the massive damage that it has inflicted upon you causes you to reel back, ripping through you. The this makeshift militia he looks like he's about to say something, but then common sense, for lack of a better word, kicks in and he realizes that these guys were very out of their depth. He is going to take his turn. He's going to... Okay. Dealing 9 damage to this guy. It is your turn.
How does
Hard to
this
determine.
Like victim look? She's gonna turn to the guard. You will not interfere with this anymore. Leave these things alone. And then she's gonna slap her bell and it'll ring. And they hear a whimsical little chime. She slaps it again. It sounds less whimsical. By the 4th ring, the sound is that of the bell who tolls for the dead. As
Like that, perhaps?
$2.
I love this shit.
All right. Go ahead and take your actions.
That's bonus. There's a thing. Actually, I guess I'm already in range. I'm just gonna. And what was the?
I love that the fish just says incoherent grunts.
That is like literally what she's making. Alright, attack. Oh yeah, advantage. I forgot. Let's just do all this and this for that other one. 27. And because I think it was my first hit. Where is it? Here it is. Surprise, I'm a berserker.
Ah.
You do lesser damage on the first target you hit. Let's roll that. Did I apply rage? Oh, I didn't apply rage for the first one. And attack number 2. Let's. This time I remembered. So adding 14.
Creatures, there doesn't seem to be any feedback. And as it does, as it continues,
She's gonna turn back at the guard. And enter.
all right. As
She has such a way
you
with
reach-
words.
A true poet's heart.
as you begin to take damage and trade blows with this thing, it's hard to say that this counts as survival instinct, but it determines that you are not worth risking itself over. It is going to use its action to disengage, and it is going to flee. It's over. But this wasn't a victory.
Only sad realization.
Belle, you are aware. Civilians in danger, you realize that another spell plague victim, you do need to report it to the but we are definitely going to cut back to the guild
I was
hall.
about to say, you hit
Zephra.
a bio break right before you introduced me.
Hello.
That would be so funny. Not gonna lie.
It would be. I'm
Oh,
not.
no, I would absolutely like be with it. Like, what? After 5 years of me not being in this campaign, you leave me to the very last moment. Peak comedy. Anyway, back to the game.
Zephra,
Hello.
your duties bring you back to the center of the guild hall with the information that you learned swimming in your head. You realize your duties still need to be met. The coming and going of the coming and going and workings of the guilds take a back seat as you sit down. And as you do, almost taking in a sigh of relief before diving back in, you notice several of the other guildmates making their way in. First is the Namazu Bell. You know that they were on patrol duty today. Not long after, you see Warren stationed on the wall next to Malachi. Not quite Malachi, but this one will do if his ego can be kept in check for a little bit. But then two faces that you are not expecting to see. Xerxes, who was out traveling, and Mace, who had business seeing to the final evacuees from Linalia. They don't arrive all at once, but they do arrive in rapid succession as you're about to greet Bell and ask them what they had to report. The others soon make their way in. The rest of you, the guild master, or one of them, Zephra, stands before you. Are aware that the situation has been taxing, so it is no surprise when you enter in that Zephra has this deep thought across her face.
Welcome back, all of you. I've caught some wind of some of the events that you all have been involved with, but I'd rather hear it from all of you.
Right. I've got the last of the people of Linalia out. Got them acclimated to the city.
That's wonderful.
But we've got a bigger problem. Just north of Linalia is the nest of a white worm.
You've confirmed this.
I've seen it with my own two eyes.
That's dangerously close. We'll need to make sure we take care of that ASAP. Have you confirmed if there is one or more within this cave?
Not a cave. Made its nest on a town north. And it looks like it's been through combat. All sorts of weapons sticking out of it.
Then perhaps we can catch it unawares while it licks its wounds. Good work. What about the rest of you? Warren, I heard some of your exploits with a large construct on the west side of town.
Yes. Hang on. Yeah, so giant golem was approaching the city walls, and well, I ended up taking care of that while the other forces played defense. Captain Malachi wanted to express his apologies of not reporting this himself, as he and the other guard wanted to take care of a slime situation towards the west.
As understandable, I'll ask for a report from Captain Malachi later, whenever he returns, but good job with the construct.
He'll nod his head.
Well, I heard about your scuffle. Some reports have come in stating that there was another spell plague victim. I pray that these aren't true.
Sadly, it was. No one was hurt though. Well, other than me. But I'm okay.
It is worth noting, Bell has currently got several huge gashes along their right arm.
Are you sure you do not require aid, friend?
I don't need it. It would be nice, but I'm okay.
I'll have one of the medics check you out just to make sure. But I'm glad that your injuries were not severe. Have you any reports on who the victim was?
God, do I know?
Nope. You were a bit busy with containing collateral damage.
Yeah. I have no clue.
Zephra kind of goes into a bit of a thought, thinking back to the information that Alice mentioned earlier. The worm is of great import, that is true. However, some information I have been given recently on spell plague and its victims, I dare say this might take just a little bit more priority. And Xerxes, I'm surprised to see you back so soon. Good to see you return to us once more. How were your travels?
The skies were clear. Forests were also clear. Nothing upon the path that the earth spirits would put against us. We were protected, though there is much tired and hunger, as well as those that are dealing with fever. But no sign of spell plague.
She'll nod approvingly. We've readied beds and resources, anticipating your arrival. Well done. All of you. Well done. Well done indeed. Anything else to report? Oh, I agree. You tell him, CG.
Go, Master!
Enter!
We need you immediately! As you see, Alicia almost barge in.
She'll step forward. What is it?
We have a visitor? It needs your utmost attention.
She will march forward. She'll kind of look to the others. The rest of you, with me.
Yes, ma'am. He'll just kind of casually stroll.
Picks up his warhammer. No rest for the wicked.
As Alicia begins making her way out, there was an individual who wished to speak with you.
Did they give a name?
No, they said that they were acting as escort, and, well, you'll see why that's important. And they walk out to the main hall, where Lavian is talking to an individual that you don't really recognize at all. Haza.
Yep.
Haza, you're
Go
on the
ahead,
ceiling, my
like,
guy.
Can I come down?
Uh,
It's scary up here.
No, we don't have enough chairs.
Would you like to introduce your character?
Yes. You all see a very tall 6'4" Hrothgar woman. She's got blue streaks in her hair, fangs coming down, and blue streaks on her chest as well. Wearing a long overcoat, and a big heckin' sword on her back. One thing you'll notice about her demeanor, that she seems really relaxed in like a little bit of a disarming way.
As at least as Lavian kind of has been talking with you, Hazel, just kind of like asking you a couple of questions. They look down at that. Yes, here comes the Guildmaster and others. Now.
Oh, pleasure to meet you. Hazel, warrior of light, warrior of darkness. Kind of like got her hands up, trying to gauge a response. Which one is eliciting a reaction from you guys?
Zephra is kind of, as customary when meeting new people like this, is just gonna kind of do a general vibe check with insight of Dirty 20. Kind of given the once over.
What are you trying to get? Like,
just general vibes, how well put together this person is. Kind of if they've been injured, if they seem sketchy, if they seem like they're a fighter, a mage, just general information that she would be able to determine just at a glance.
Well, I will say, like, the sword's almost bigger than her, so that's hard to miss.
Mm-hmm.
So, you see, like, a bit of, like, and when I say this, a literal darkness in her, in her eyes. But everything else, she seems, again, just a little bit. You're all naturally on edge, right? Because of everything that's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Hazel doesn't.
Zephra.
Well, not like oh, it's all fine, but kind of on a par for the course type way.
Mm-hmm. Zephra will approach. Well met, Hazel, warrior of light, warrior of darkness. I've been told that you needed to speak desperately with me.
Yes. How to broach the topic. I don't know. Should I? She's kind of like mulling to herself.
Zephra has like actively raised her eyebrows at this point.
Okay, all right, okay. Claps her hands. I'm not from here.
I don't know a whole lot of people that are from this city either, seeing as there's, refugees all over the place.
Where are you from, then?
Eorzea? Again, like, trying to, like, hands up, trying to, like, gauge a response.
Fuck you. Sorry, continue.
Yes, it is my literal Final Fantasy XIV character.
Fuck yeah.
Haza, if I wasn't gonna bully you before, I'm gonna bully you again.
Hey, to be fair, I just
good
said
to have
I
you back,
want to
bud.
bring it in. I just said I wanted to use the character. CG was like literal. I was like, all right, I'm down.
Sure, blame it on CG.
CG, God, what do I
Australians.
know about it? What does Zephra know about Eorzea?
Those are certainly words that happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's about what I thought. Hey, Eorzea, I'm not sure I'm familiar. Must be a long ways off. What brings you here?
Uncle?
That's a name
Hi.
Zephra recognizes.
And
Carbuncle.
peeping out from behind Hazel's shoulder is this individual.
You.
Oh my god, I love them.
Oh, it's adorable.
Well,
And go ahead.
I must admit, I'm a little taken aback. You have brought a Esper to our door. And Zephra looks like genuinely like, oh fuck.
The
As-
moment Zephra says Esper, Warren just has this like concerned look on his face, like, what?
As the magnitude of what Hazel is bringing to the guild starts to sink in, now I think is a good time for a bio break.
Oh boy. It's so good to be back, bro.
I'm so excited. But before we go into to break, I actually forget if I said this. Art by the lovely Miss Tweetums.
Yay!
Very
Yippee!
nice.
Did we have an
Yippee.
image for Haza's character, by the way? For Hazel?
I thought I shared it with everyone.
I
Here
didn't have a pop-up.
is Haza's character.
Ah!
Here it is.
Do you mind shooting up over one of the other ones of the? This was just like to show you guys the fit, right?
The fit.
Of course.
The other one was like more of an action pose because I do want to shout someone out for it.
Can you link it to me and I shall replace it?
I definitely sent it to you in the chat.
Yes, but I want to know which one specifically.
Yeah, I'll just resend it
Thank you.
because I actually had a friend who was a lot better at G posing than me.
I think I lost the image somewhere. Or maybe I scrolled past it or something.
I've got to comb through some.
Why don't we go ahead and take that bio while we look up for the images? I'll share
Perfect.
the updated art when we come back.
Yes. All right, friends.
Work time.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Fucking dumb.
Ha! We back.
Yeah. Back again. Updated Hazel art, by the way.
Hazel.
You wanted to
Hazel.
shout someone out, I believe? Oh no, is
Haza.
Haza dead?
Plot twist. Haza's not back.
Was
Damn
Haza
it.
with us the entire time?
Ozzy was the
said a
friends
couple
we met
things.
along the way.
Like,
Rest
are
in
we
peace.
just hallucinating him in the call right now?
Guys, the cardboard has become sentient.
No.
All right, I'll get cardboard Haza.
I love that I love, by the way, that he still has the hat on.
The Santa hat, yeah. It's
Yeah.
awesome. It is still Festive Fantasy after all.
Yes, of course.
Very true.
'Tis the season.
At least it's not the Saxton Hale edit I had somewhere.
All I can think of when looking at that picture, Wiley, is just egg. I don't know why.
Egg.
This is all just weird. This is now the make fun of Haza stream until he comes back.
Yes, good.
Per the usual.
Yeah.
Quick,
Who
everyone.
put
Oh, go ahead.
who put glasses on this potato?
My God, it's the guy from Villain Support.
Oh
Jesus.
yeah. I was only introduced to that recently.
And what did you think?
Like, it was alright. I enjoyed it. But it was... First of all, that's great.
I forgot about that edit.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
J Frost, are you actually okay?
Don't fall in shirt.
Killed him again.
He's
No.
fine.
Oh, fuck me, bro.
Crikey.
You can't make that sound.
Now you shut the fuck up. Oh.
I mean, at least Frost didn't fall in his chair this time.
Yeah?
I'm not sure.
True. Improvement.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm only coughing up a fucking lung from laughing hard.
You need that Simpsons chair with the extra legs.
The villain support was pretty decent, but it did that thing where I'm really getting annoyed about this on YouTube, wherein like they'll recommend something, right, that I haven't seen before, that everyone else has seen before, or it's popular enough, right? And then I will watch one video, and then nothing else except that, like, videos from that creator in my feed. Like,
Mhm.
can't I just be mildly interested with something once?
Wait, is
No,
Villain
you
Support
have
the
to
one
use
that has the
incognito.
guy that goes, "This is John"?
Yeah.
Yeah. They have Nappa there for some reason, also played by the same guy.
Oh yeah, I love that guy. I also love when he crosses over with the America Wizard guy.
Oh, yeah. Madman Fafnir, I think his name is.
Yeah.
Actually, I just realized, if we are going to be chilling for a little bit, which we might be. Where are you?
Oh, is it time?
Where are
I'm
you?
so sorry.
Ah, yeah,
It's
come on.
hard.
You may notice I didn't even play the prelude this time around. That's how bad things are.
I opened a new window. I need this.
What
Not
can I
gonna
get for
lie.
ya?
This kind of music slaps. Makes me want to crack open a can of Final Fantasy XIV grape soda.
Thank you for your purchase.
What do they call it, a potion? I'm not even kidding. I know they've sold potions in the past.
Potion.
Potions?
Oh, hey, how's it back?
Oh, hey, he's
Yeah,
lesbian.
Hey!
Hey, bud.
Sorry, I had to like inhale some food because it is lunchtime and I missed breakfast.
Ah, fair.
You missed
No, I
the
was just
most
talking about
important
how Square Enix has sold potions as like energy drinks in the past.
It was very
but
reminiscent
here.
of they put the Mountain Dew Master Chief into soda.
They put the Mountain Dew in the Master Chief.
Yes.
I miss
Why do you think it's
balls.
barbecue?
That's what I'll say.
All right, now that everyone's back, unfortunately, everyone has to put their feet down. No more kicking back.
Oh,
I
gotta
do
be
want to say
Yes.
the pic that you put up. I just want to shout out my friend Momo because she's the one that helped me G-pose it. That's why like the lighting is so good and everything. So shout out to my friend Momo.
Thank you, Momo.
Momo, we love you.
All right, back into the game, friends.
Momo.
So there's a carbuncle now.
Indeed. This one notably has a yellow gemstone in its forehead.
Yes, this one is very reminiscent of a Neopet.
Uh, I think initially Hazel's gonna catch your reaction to it and just kind of be a bit confused. And just kind of go, it's just a carbuncle, right?
Yeah, that's me.
Did you say
Like, kind of picks.
a carbuncle?
Kind of picks it up like a cat. It just like, yeah. Do your arcanists not? Do your arcanists
No.
not have these? No.
No, not at all. He says as like a white raven just like flutters towards his shoulder.
Zephra slowly beginning to piece things together. Carbuncle in this place is one of the great espers and normally a subject of worship. I take it where you are from that is not the case.
Kind of immediately puts down the carbuncle and takes a few step backs, hands going towards the to her sword, and is like, so by worship you mean you put your aether into these things?
What's Aether?
Relaxes. All right, not a primal. Whew.
Oh, what was that? Isa. Yours. That's it. What was that?
Well, it's where I am from, and I don't know where I am now.
I am getting the impression that there is a lot that we need to discuss.
Yeah. You got somewhere we can talk?
Yes, why don't you come right this way? Both of you.
Hazel picks up Carbuncle again, now like knowing that it's not a primal. Relaxes a little.
Carbuncle doesn't seem to like really register that you've picked them up, but they're also like not like they're comfortable with you picking them up, I should say.
Yeah.
As they begin to as you guys begin to make towards the conference room, you make your way into this round table area where the guild heads usually meet when they're here. And Zephra, you, at this juncture, probably more than any other day that you have been here, really wished that the rest of the guild heads were here.
Yeah. I'll lead them back into the room where we were before.
You approach inside, and everyone sits down at this large round table, and Carbuncle hops off and kind of curls up a little bit in the center of the table, but its three tails kind of wave back and forth, back and forth. So, we're back. So we're in, what is it, Garland, I think, right?
That's
That's
correct.
where this place is, right?
That is correct. And you are from Eorzea. If you don't mind, maybe if we could go back over what you remember.
Oh, memory's a little fuzzy. But we were spending time in the Esper realm. I was playing with the others. I think, what was it? I think Garnet was playing Big Monster. They were doing the Big Monster, and then Diamond walked over to me, and they said, "Hey, look over there." And I looked over there, and I didn't see anything. I looked back and I asked Diamond, "But where?" And Diamond said, "It's through that portal." And it's like, "What portal?" "Oh, the one that you're about to make." Diamond to me. And so I made a portal, and then Diamond pushed me through.
And Diamond and Garnet, these are also carbuncle?
hmm I don't know why they did such a mean prank on me. I can't remember. I'd like an Arcana check from everybody, please.
Can do.
My
Oh,
best
boy.
stat, here we
Job for the
go.
barbarian.
Oh boy, let's see what this is gonna be.
5.
Magic? What? What? No
Uh,
magic. Only axe.
That's a natural 1 to the
15.
tune of 16.
19.
So, nat 1 to the tune of 16. My
Yep.
God.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
Thank
haven't
God
fixed
for it.
my sheet. So, well, it doesn't matter anyway.
None of you are really aware of exactly what's going on exactly with this Diamond Garnet stuff. Except for, fittingly, for the summoner in the group. So, Mace, you are
Yes.
aware that there are 8 carbuncles, each one denoted differently by a gem in their forehead. The one that you are currently talking to is apparently adorned with a topaz. Unfortunately, that is all I can give you.
You're Topaz, aren't you?
Yeah, that's me. I'm the one that's very good with portals and making things.
There's 8 of you. I've learned throughout the years.
There's me, Diamond. There's Garnet. There's Ruby. There's Onks. There's Amethyst. There's Emerald. And where did the... I'm just realizing that my last one is missing. Shit. One that I can't remember. My head hurts. So, when Diamond pushed me through, I thought he was doing a prank, but I wound up waking up in this field, and as I did, this nice lady walked up to me, and, well, I kind of looks on over to you, Hazel. Well, what were you doing at that point?
What was I doing? Just enjoying a bit of time of peace. Seems I can never rest.
Well, I guess you happened across me, and, you helped me like, get my bearings, and as soon as I realized, I was excited to meet someone new, but then I realized that Diamond tricked me, and I tried to get back, and when I did, uh, this person, came with me. I'm sorry, what was your name?
Hazel.
Hazel. Um, when we got back, I tried to portal back to the Esper realm, but I couldn't for some reason. So I asked them to take me to what was it? The something Rose.
Wild Rose, I think you said.
Wild Rose, yeah, that was it. So do you guys know where I could find a Wild Rose?
The Wild Rose is the guild hall, or the guild that you now find yourself in.
Oh, good. I think we found it then, right? I'm hoping I found it.
Well, that's convenient. So you guys can fix it?
Zephra has
Kinda
to
looks-
ponder for a moment. Fix it being returning you to the realm of the Espers, and returning you to Eorzea? Is that what I am to be understanding?
I mean, there specifically, but anywhere in the source. She kind of stops and goes, right, yeah, Eorzea's fine.
I can do that. But in order to do so, I would need the help of Zodiark.
And Zodiac is...
Oh, so Zodiark is the Esper who's in charge of what was it? Reality, I think, is his domain. I need a religion check from everyone.
More
on
intelligence.
fire! 2.
9. 2 anyway.
Would I need to roll?
25!
Would I need to roll something different?
Yeah, I want you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
I have no idea who Zodiark is.
Hazel, you instinctively go back to your sword. The rest of you, so Zephra and Mace and Bell, you think you've heard of that name before? Warren and Xerxes. So Zodiark is the Esper of power and reality. Those that draw from the realm of Twilight are their form of summoners. And Zodiark is kind of a weird Esper because they don't deal with a lot of the usual technicians. Some say that he's a myth, but your guild dealt with Zodiark recently. He's apparently an interdimensional guardian, and one of the few that can venture into the rift, the interdimensional rift, safely and consistently.
And the Topaz Carbuncle was like calling upon it to like.
So what the Carbuncle is saying is that to get Hazel home, they will need to talk to Zodiark.
It would be a tricky, nigh impossible thing to do, but heard that some form of communication was established. Not sure the legitimacy behind it, though.
Could you use that then? What is it?
He's an Esper of power and realities. Probably the only entity around here who can pass between worlds, so to speak.
Oh, I thought you meant I misunderstood you. I'm sorry.
I
But
tend to think
that's
out loud.
right.
My apology.
No, he's you're right, Mr. kind of looks at you, Warren.
Just call me Warren, is all.
Mr. Warren. Yeah. He still kind of looks at you just a little bit off, but he quickly moves on. I'll need to get in touch with them in order to get them back home.
And do you know where we could find Zodiac?
Well, normally I teleport to the Esper realm, but my magic isn't letting me teleport there for some reason. We might have to go there naturally. How familiar are you guys with Bahamut?
But I was gonna say, would that be a
Hazel-
check or
Hey-
would that be obvious?
Hazel will run outside, look up.
The moon is still where it should be.
What about the other moon?
There is no other moon.
no.
To answer your question, Warren, Bahamut is a lot more well known. Bahamut is the Esper of energy and majesty, most commonly associated with summoners focused around order. He is more or less the he's very approachable, but also the number one Esper to get his hands dirty when it comes to dealing with a problem. Like, he is prone to showing up and just blasting something that really needed to be blasted.
So anyway, he started blasting. Familiar with it, mostly by reputation, not much in experience, lack of a better term.
Well, Bahamut is in charge of the gate between our realm and your realm. There's a mountain somewhere that it connects through from your realm into mine. And mortals can climb up and get inside and talk to us if they surpass the trials of the mountain.
Do I know anything about this god?
Bahamut?
No, these trials.
Oh, yeah. Do I know anything about this, comma, god directed at me, not do I know anything about this god? Okay.
Yes.
Roll me another religion.
That's a 5.
As a member of the Phoenix domain, you have not had to deal with this, so you are not entirely sure.
So I need to clear some things up for myself. So Zodiac is not the god of darkness here.
No. Why would he be?
And there is not. And was there another moon?
Carbuncle looks like he's about to say something and then looks up and says, is there another moon here? There's not another moon here.
Okay.
Zephra, who is still continuing to put things together, and in each moment being like, "This doesn't make any fucking sense."
You'll go
She
Warren,
goes-
and there's... Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say, Zephyr looks at Warren. He has... The expression on his face has, visible question marks above his head.
Xerxes is writing this down as if it's scripture.
No, there's not another moon. I'm beginning to... I'm beginning to get some sort of picture.
Okay. To be clear, I am from another world called Aetheris. I hail from a country called Eosia. There, our espers work a little bit differently. And
Zephra's
two of
nodding
you
as you're
just
saying this.
mentioned- the two of you have mentioned bad news. Bahamut came from a moon called Dalamud, which wasn't the moon, it was a prison, and it torched all of Eosia.
Why would
Fascinating.
Bahamut do that?
This is an apt summation of the picture I was drawing in my head.
And I now realize I am not in the sundered world of Aetheris. So I am very well out of my depth. You didn't react when I said source. You didn't react when I said anything. You guys seemed very calm when mentioning Zodiac.
So, to that end, as much as we would like to help you, both of you, we are in the midst of a pretty major crisis. This has left us with limited resources, and I am willing to provide what resources I am able, but tell me, are either of you familiar with the spell plague?
Spell plague?
No, can't say I am either.
It's a condition that has put this place and many of the surrounding areas, and even further beyond, well, in a sorry state of affairs. I, myself, am currently acting as Guildmaster, while my predecessors and those above me are currently putting out significant fires in other locations.
Oh, how long has this spell plague thing been going on?
About a year. And that is only
Oh,
part of the woes we have suffered within the last 5 to 10 years. But this one seeks to bring about an end to...
Just an above game, Claire. It got
One more time?
yes.
Say it one more time?
In above game, Claire. Spell plague 3.
Uh-oh.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah,
Yeah, you're
coming
coming
in all right.
fine.
My internet is being
Okay.
wonky. I'm
I
sorry,
don't know.
y'all.
I feel like I'm about to start.
Okay.
Hello?
Oh, okay. That's where the problem was.
Hello?
Hello? We can hear you.
Hello? Okay.
Oh,
You
Great.
hear me now?
Tart.
Hello?
Oh,
Hello?
no.
Can you not hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, cool.
Okay, we're good.
Been having some internet
so,
issues tonight. I'm sorry,
A
y'all.
quick. It's okay. So a quick clarification from the DM.
Yes.
So spell plague has been a thing for 3 years. However, last year was when it exploded.
Yes. The spell plague as a phenomenon has been in effect on us for roughly the last 3 years, though within the last year it has, as it were, become drastically more dangerous. It is transforming people, and there's been messages that they've been delivering. We're still trying to make sense of most of it, but it has left us in, to say a state of disarray would be too kind.
How long is 3 years, you said?
Yes. That was when the sky ripped open.
See, Carbuncle is. Oh, right. That was when the guild came through the first time. The Wild Rose into the Esper realm. That was a little after that Diamond played that prank on me.
You've been lost for 3 years then.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you poor thing.
Hey,
Hey.
Arcana check.
Hey.
This goes for everyone.
Oh boy.
8.
Kind of check.
Anyway.
Did my butt.
What?
11.
11.
20. So, Warren and Xerxes. You've heard of issues with portals sometimes causing a time displacement. It's possible that such a thing happened to Carbuncle. However, I'll also throw in that time frame is a little suspect.
Mm-hmm.
This sounds very, very suspicious.
Oh, how so?
I understand the flow of time is like an ever diverting river. But this timeline does not add up.
What do you mean?
Kind of just thinks about it and he's like, more investigation is needed.
Carbuncle just kind of looks and shrugs a little bit. Well, I guess if you're dealing with this spell plague thing, we should find our way on our own.
Mace will look to Zephra.
Well, look, I'm willing to help you guys out. We don't do anything for nothing. And I've gone through something similar to you guys twice. With the Sin Eaters and the Fell Beasts, and think I'm equipped to handle this for you guys.
Perhaps we can come to a bit of a compromise. We can help each other. I'd be remiss to say that I don't wish to help you because I do. We have just been left in a bit of a sorry state. How far is this mountain that you mentioned?
Well, that depends. Is it my distance or your distance?
You might have to clarify what that means.
In y'all's
So if it's your distance, it's 2,000 miles to the south of here, I think.
what's a mile?
Well, I think that's the distance that these guys like to use for measurement.
Fuck, Hazel's in, is not in Imperial.
No, they don't even use metric. They use yalms.
If it's my distance, then I can conjure a portal right now.
Oh,
You can.
Well, yeah. I mean, making portals is very easy for me. I can make swords too. And you see as Carbuncle whips out and creates a sword out of thin air as they cast Blade of Disaster.
Oh,
Impressive.
There's now a massive sleek rapier in the room that feels like touching it would cease your existence.
Okay.
By the gods.
Okay, that definitely above game. I was gonna try and do some flourishes, but if that's gonna be the case, I'm not touching that shit.
spirits are very active today.
Zephra kind of takes a deep breath. All right. Well, as stated, perhaps we can help each other. I will help you and Hazel, and in return, we ask that if you're able to perhaps help us with our circumstances here. Can we agree on that?
Sure, but what could I do to help?
Zephra internally, I have no fucking idea, kid.
Zephra,
Hey,
why don't you go ahead and roll me a wisdom check, just straight.
oh yippee! 19.
So I'm gonna DM a few things to you.
Okay, God.
Meanwhile, Mace is just like in awe of this blade that Topaz has created.
I'm so glad he's doing this, by the way, because, like, for the last 10 minutes, I've been like, I don't know what to do to connect these two things together.
Yeah, I've been kind of struggling on that one. Half the reason why I'm just like, wait, what was that again? Because like, I don't know. The red strings are not connecting on this core chord right now. The best idea I had was just a conspiracy theory of like somehow Topaz inadvertently caused it, even if the timelines are not like intersecting. Because that makes no sense.
Yeah, Mace is trying to put everything together as well, but I mean, if Hazel came in here without Topaz, he'd just look at her like she was just drunk or something, or just not in the right mind, like spell plague's affecting her.
Zephra
Here.
Zephra kind of steeples her hands together and kind of leans back in her chair a little bit. Well, you are a carbuncle, one of the a esper of magic. An esper's help, I think, in an esper of magic's assistance in helping a condition that has been affecting spellcasters, I think it is of no small import, and I almost called him Zoroark. It's Zodiac, correct? I want to make sure I don't fuck up
Zodiac.
Zodiac.
Zodiac, yeah.
Zodiac.
Yeah,
Zoroark.
Zodiac. That was me flubbing that time.
And perhaps, if we are going to be speaking to Zodiac, perhaps they would be willing to provide some assistance as well. Any assistance from any of the espers, I mean, that is no small feat. And suffice to say, Xerxes has the right thinking in that your disappearance, or this prank that was pulled on you, just around the time that the spell plague began is, well, to call it convenient is a bit of an understatement. I'd be surprised to say that the two events are likely related. So, this seems to be as good as a plan of action as any. I'll need to get a few affairs sorted here, but above game, need to make sure I have someone to take my place when I leave. Smile. But I do believe that helping you, Carbuncle, will be... I believe that will be massively helpful to all of us. Any objections?
Hooray! We're going on an adventure.
Zephra sitting there realizing it's been way too long since she went on any sort of proper adventure.
Not much, but I just worry about, I guess, the overall situation. Hopefully this is connected and can at least, I don't know. I'm just unsure.
We're otherwise firing in the blind. Unfortunately, we don't have many options. But helping an Esper... That's kind of the end of the thought there. So, Carbuncle, would you be willing to take us to... What was it? This mountain of Bahamut, so that we may then find our way to meet Zodiac. So that way we can get you to the rest of your Carbuncle friends.
Well,
Providing an apt summary of this.
well, you can just get me to the Esper realm. The Zodiac part is just for her, points to Hazel, with one of their tails. But I can talk to the rest of the Espers about the things going on with the spell plague. It's really odd that they haven't stepped in at this point.
The only one thus far who has had any sort of impact on this plague is the Esper Phoenix, who, well, from what we've gathered, summoners under the Esper, under the Phoenix, they seem to at least stave off this condition for a time. Maybe this way we'll be able to learn some answers.
Speaking of answers, he'll look towards Carbuncle. Does the name Genova ring any bells to you?
Tilts its head. Genova?
It was something that the spell plague victims have been whispering.
That sounds familiar, but I've never heard it before.
They've also made mention of them remembering things. Sorry, you were going to say something, Suju.
And he was just going to say, why do I remember that?
Perhaps that's why the other Espers are not intervening. They are being blocked off, or something of higher importance.
Block off gods, Espers.
I don't know.
That's the question.
Maybe the rest of me will know. I can't seem to get in touch with them, which is concerning. We're all technically the same being, just 8 parts of it. So we can usually tell what we're thinking and what we're doing, but ever since I woke up in, what was it? Eorza? I haven't been able to get in touch with the rest of me.
Perhaps that
Thank you
throws
for
off
pick-
theories.
Thank
Sorry,
you for
CJ.
picking up what I was putting. Thank you for picking up what I was putting down, Joe.
I was also thinking it.
Perhaps the theory of the other espers being closed off from this world isn't as far-fetched as we seem now.
If that's the case, it'd probably be best if we got going sooner rather than later. You said you guys needed to do stuff?
I mainly need to gather the rest of my things and make sure my position here is covered. And our friend Belle needs to be looked at by a medic before they seek to go anywhere else. But none of that should take too long. Some would say give or take
Mace
an hour.
Mace will pipe up. Zephra, we can't forget. We still got that white worm to deal with. I don't know how long it's going to be docile.
I'll make sure that whoever we have in reserve is sent out to deal with the white worm.
All right. So after about an hour, Belle, your wounds are tended to. You can go ahead and heal back up to full. Zephra, you take some arrangements to let everyone else know, like, that you will be gone with following a lead for Spell Plague. You inform Lavian and Alicia of the finer details, but overall you make plans that everything is taken care of in case the worst happens. And an hour later, you are all ready to depart. Suppose this is a good time to ask, is there anything else anyone would like to do, say, or ask before journeying forth?
Mace would like to go check on the Sikh family he brought in and the Ronso and see how all's going with them.
The Ronso is being looked at by the medic, along with Belle when Belle is being looked at. The wounds that they have sustained are physical. They just need time to recover, especially since magic is out of the question. Well, as out of the question as possible, I should say. Most notably, you do learn that he appears to be a technician from the Owls of Timber, a technician group based out in Rabanastre. The Sikh family is admittedly not doing too well. The problem is that they had to leave everything and they are yet another refugees, but you do see to their safety for a little bit while Zephra is preparing. You hook them up with your own room in the guild hall until you come back, which is not much, but it is a bed for the grandma to lie down and sleep in, and the girls at least have like a place to go, which is more than can be said for a lot of the individuals on the street.
If possible, Mace would, I'm not sure how much gold or money or anything he has on him, but he would give, I think it says 14 gold pieces. He would give them like 8 gold pieces to try to help with stuff they need to get, whether it be clothes or cots or anything to help them ease into living in obviously a different place.
That's the funny thing. Money doesn't really have any worth right now. We are in such an emergency that there is no commerce.
Okay, if that's the case, because I guess everything's by trade, like a barter system.
Basically, yeah. Like, what refugees have available to them is, like, food, shelter, as much shelter as can be provided, and their own personal belongings. Most other resources are currently sent towards either the research going into Spell Plague or the fortification of the city. There is no trade routes going in and out because they are simply too dangerous at this point.
Then Mace will give them his short bow, quiver, and arrows that he has on him for them to be able to trade for something.
Okay.
So I figure weapons at this point would be much needed.
That's fair. I'll let you know above game. They will be able to trade the bow and arrows for roughly 4 days worth of rations, good rations. Combined with the setup that you have given them, they should be kept after until you hopefully return.
All right.
All right. Is there anything from anyone else?
Yeah. Warren will risk it, and he will cast Mage Armor on himself before they head out.
Okay. Roll me a d20.
Haha, 18!
You're fine. You have cast Mage Armor upon yourself. You are pretty prepared for the day.
Is
That
Hazel
means my AC
noticing,
is
like, the
stupid.
Trepidation
Sorry, go ahead.
to use magic?
Like, you'd probably see it in the face, just like the contemplation, and then just a shrug, and then you would definitely see this, like, I guess, golden armored silhouette, kind of like encompassing Warren's physique.
Or that's fine, but it's more so like you're using it, you're rolling, and you're like, I'm assuming it's all to try to avoid the spell plague, right? Like,
Zephra did mention that the spell plague has been primarily affecting casters.
yeah. Yeah, that's why it's like, oh, so it's just, so whenever they use any magic, it's a risk. That's what Hazel's just clocking now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it. That's just.
All right. Then, if everyone is all right, ready to go.
The only other thing Zephyr would do would be, she would just look out to the tower one more time and kind of take everything in her thoughts, kind of internalize a few thoughts and prayers for the people that are here, the friends that she's lost, and the ones that whose fates are currently unknown.
Understood. With that solemn presence in your mind, Zephra, you strap on the old adventuring gear that you had set aside. You armor up once more. Well, armor, in quotes. You all meet back in the conference room to meet with Carbuncle. Alright, here we go. And you watch as he casts Gate, opening a portal to a far field with what appears to be a spire in the distance. You can only assume that it's the mountain. And as you make your way through, I'm going to go a little silent for a second.
Oh.
As you begin to approach and pass through the gate, the temperature shift is the first thing that hits you. It is warm, but not too warm. It is bright, but there are shades of cloud overhead. It feels like the perfect spring day, which where you currently are is deep in fall. So it's really odd in terms of like whiplash. Hazel, it was actually around springtime for you, or the equivalent in Yorza. So this isn't really as off-putting as you'd think. Off in the distance, you see this shape, this mountain. It's hard to make out from here, but you can see instead of a singular like peak that you might be used to, light is coming out from behind the mountain at different angles. And as you approach through, Carbuncle hops down on the ground and says, this is about as close as I can get before it starts getting kind of wonky. The mountain has protection against like high level teleportation stuff. It's mostly to prevent people from just, you know, jumping by the challenges and getting right to the peak. I could do it, but it might hurt you guys if I did, and that's not a good idea.
Yes, let's avoid all
We'll
carelessness.
have to walk for a little bit. So, you all continue down the road away. And I want one of you to go ahead and roll me a perception check.
ACG before that.
Hmm.
As we're walking down the road, can I use my inspiring leader feat? So as we're walking, like I say a prayer or whatnot to be able to give 10 hit points to everybody in the party.
Can you click on that for me, please?
Ooh.
I will say that a short rest happened while we were preparing with Zephra and healing Bell. So go ahead and we'll dole out these temporary hit points now. How much is that for everyone?
Let's see. It'd be wisdom and my current level, which is 16, so that would be 21.
Yippee!
Oh.
Nice for everyone.
Nice.
Thank you, Squinto. I'm going to need them.
I just
There you go.
just
Tank.
remembered it. I'm like, oh shit, I need to use this.
You to go.
I can out tank 200 damage. Oh yeah.
As you begin to make your way. Sorry. I believe, Warren, you had something.
No.
Oh, okay. As you continue to make your way, I wanted a perception from each of you.
Yes, I was just going to ask what everyone's perception was. Mine is an 8.
I am at a 10.
I'm at a 10.
1.
Plus 7.
It's a very perceptive group.
2. Are
Mostly.
we talking about passive?
No, just base perception.
No.
Oh yeah, the modifier 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to see
two
who
outliers.
wants to... I was just going to see whoever the highest, if they want to roll. It sounds like we have 2 10s from what I heard.
Yep. Would you like me to roll Squinto, seeing as how you've
Yeah,
given
you go,
us
J.
the
Frost.
inspiring leader?
Yeah,
Alright.
you can do it.
Understood. Thank you, buddy. That's a 20.
Well, I was asking for everyone, but
Oh,
we'll take the 20. That'll be
Oh.
enough.
I thought you said someone. Like
Yeah,
one
yeah,
person.
No,
Yeah,
I
it
said
did say
everyone.
one.
Oh.
Okay.
That was a whole
Oh,
long
I
conversation
was
we had for
wondering.
fucking nothing.
Well, shit.
18.
Oh,
Yeah.
I
My
really
bad.
thought he
Oh.
said someone. Like one person.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
thought too.
So, well, I mean, that's the nice thing about the VOD. You could go back and call me out on me being an idiot if you really want to.
Chat. Clip
It's
it.
all my
Clip it.
fault.
No,
Chat,
don't clip
call-
it.
Chat, call CG handsome.
Yes, please call CG handsome.
What's their number?
CG.
So, Warren, you are trying to remain attentive. However, Carbuncle keeps kind of like looking around and asking you questions about your person. And you do your best to blow them off, but also knowing they're an Esper, not the best idea, and it's a little difficult sometimes. The rest of you make your way down the mountain, and the first thing that you see is there seems to be a person walking the same path ahead of you. The next thing that you see, however, is a bit more intimidating. Off in the distance, you see what appears to be a dragon lying on its side, unmoving.
Could I go on and send the raven forward, look through its eyes just to kind of scout it a bit?
Absolutely.
Uh,
I'll let you roll another perception check with advantage.
Okay.
Dragon.
What is Raven's? Sorry. Because like the
A
Raven, has to be, like,
I
what,
believe, is a
+2?
+4 with advantage.
Mhm.
I have experience with bird familiars, you see.
I was
Just
about
versus
to
John.
ask you, Tart.
I am double checking.
+3.
+3.
Perception is +3.
No advantage,
Okay.
really. Oh, because they have mimicry. I see.
Ah.
All right, so no advantage. It's better. It's a 9.
So you do get some, just by nature of, being able to see. The first thing that you notice is that the person up ahead is not the only individual. Uh, they seem to be a bunch of other individuals following along the same path that you are going towards, which seems to be some sort of crossing up above a canyon. There's a lot of guys. I mean, a lot of guys that are going this way. As for the dragon,
Mm-hmm.
it is not the only body. There
Oh.
are a lot of bodies going that these guys are just kind of walking past. Big monsters that you've seen.
Warren will kind of relay that to the rest of the group, kind of showing a very, like, another look of concern and worry on his face.
CG.
Hi.
Actually, I should probably ask. Uh, Joe, would Warren give out more information about this dragon, perhaps?
Mm-hmm. Oh, for sure. Like, just mostly just copy paste. This is exactly like of what CG said. He doesn't leave anything out.
If that's the case, CG, would I be able to make a history check with
Sure. For what?
concerning the dragon, just like anything about them?
I'll give
Like-
it to you for free.
Oh, okay, because I was gonna see if you needed the one thing on my bob.
Oh, if you'd like to, go ahead.
All right. So
Why don't you roll, and I'll tell you how much you get. But you're definitely getting something.
All right. Well, that's kind of poop. However, the good part is, gonna put this thing on. So,
Interesting.
which means make that into an 8 or 9. 9.
A 9.
Yeah.
The dragon that you see ahead is one of a couple, like just 2 or 3. But the one that you see in front of you is the easiest to stand out, as it is a bright red dragon, noted for its horrible temperament, large black horns, and rather impressive wingspan. It is currently dead on its side, and it has also been dead for a fair bit because red dragons have a tendency to have burning blood, and it is not burning the immediate environment. So it's been there a little bit.
Xerxes will relay all that information to the group to kind of help them kind of gauge this kind of like death and whatnot. It has been dead for a bit.
Oh, what killed it?
That seems to be the
like.
question, isn't it?
Everyone keep your eyes
It could
open.
be. Nod.
Mace will move closer to the carbuncle with his shield that way in case they are attacked by arrows or something. He can at least throw that up to help shield carbuncle, for the simple fact of that's pretty much their only lifeline to really get an idea of what's going on.
CG, I do want to make it a point while we are moving that Zephra is, while she is keeping an eye on her surroundings, she is primarily in this moment, considering it's a dragon, keeping her eyes to the sky.
Absolutely. I think if that's the case, can I get a marching order?
Just to prepare, I'm gonna do this.
Oh,
Okay. Fair enough.
Ooh.
broom.
Broom, broom.
I can take front. That's fine.
Warren can take the second to last.
I think Hazel would take the middle.
I'll be in
Xerxes
front
will
of
probably
Hazel.
take-
Tart in a rare
It's like-
twist of fate at the front of the group.
Xerxes will probably take up like the rear guard.
That will be front-ish.
So I'm thinking it's Zephra, Bell, then it is Mace, Hazel, then Warren, and then Xerxes. Is that right?
I believe so.
That's how it sounds
Okay.
to
Yep.
me.
All right.
Hazel. Warren would kind of like try to get your attention and ask, "Do you mind if I hang on to you for just a moment while I keep my senses with my familiar?"
How do I want to do this? Hazel will just kind of. How tall is Warren? How big is Warren? Like,
Just an even 6 foot.
a bit of a head. She kind of just scoops you up, and is like, "All right," and just starts carrying you like a sack of beans.
Beans.
Like the moment you do that, you just see this expression of just surprise and just he looks completely like taken aback, and from what little you've seen of this stoic individual, that this is unnecessary. A handhold is fine. Okay. He just accepts his fate at that point.
Faster this way.
Mace will look back with somewhat of a shit-eating grin that you don't see too often from him, and just look at Warren, who's severely uncomfortable, and go, "Congratulations." Like under his breath, only to where Warren could hear him, and then keep walking.
The look of confusion only grows. What do you mean? What does he mean by that?
What do you mean by that?
Yes, the priest telling you congratulations, pretty much.
In the back of Warren's mind, he just thinks to himself, "Oh, thank God Carter's is not watching this. He would not let me hear the end of it." But yeah, no, he's just gonna continue to look through, like, kind of scout the area with the Raven, mostly just the surrounding areas, since the skies are being covered.
All right. Allow me at this point to paint a bit of a scene. As we make our way out to, where are you? Bahamut's Peak. You may need to zoom out. It's not of great quality, but the mountain before you has a trail going up to it that seems to spiral towards a spire. And I think at this point we can turn on the music. There are two cliffs to the left and right of the spire that seem to reach up toward it. Overgrown moss seems to cover it, and mist creeping out of every crevice. The spire at the dead center you can see as some sort of peak, almost scratching the sky. The rocks nearby are sharp and jagged, save for the pathway going up. Warren, however, from your perspective, you can see many individual bodies making their way up this mountainside. From your position, it's hard to determine any significant features, but Zephra, as you are out in front, you catch up to one of these individuals walking. As you do, he seemed to not notice you, proceeding forward in a bit of a trance almost. And as you do, you get a better look at their form. This is not a person as you remember it, but it is something that you are intimately familiar with at this point. For a long period, reports have been missing one critical thing. Where are the spell plague victims going? As this is the creature you see in front of you.
Oh, fuck that.
Oh, they've transformed quite severely, it would seem.
They have.
No.
All heartless.
It's like a fucking heartless and a demon just had a fucking child, and I hate it.
It looks like something that took a Tyranid and threw it in the warp, and it spat it back out.
I love him.
I'm assuming H.P. Lovecraft already had like a dream of this thing. I swear.
I'm gonna punch him in the face.
Fix it.
I'd say run him
I'm
for his
debunk.
foams, but where would he keep the foams?
On his fingies.
Zephra,
Huh?
you are the first to see this spell plague victim, but it's not long after that the rest of you notice who and what this is.
Zephra probably noticing will probably call out, "Eyes up!"
Warren will snap back into his gaze and climb out of Hazel's arms.
I think as soon as you resist, she'll put you down. Hazel will look at you, Zephra, and goes, "So what's So is there a cure?"
Not that we've been able to determine yet. Though, and CG, I would assume it's safe to say that I have, as far as Zephra is concerned, Zephra has not seen one in this sort of state, correct?
Absolutely not.
Not that we've been able to determine. This creature is also far more distorted than what we're familiar with. Normally they're docile, but in this state, we can't be for sure. Everyone be on your guard.
Hazel will kind of sigh. I guess, "Mercy again." And like draws her sword effortlessly, by the way. Like it's bigger than her, one-handed. Draws it.
Do you all engage with the spell plague victim?
Makes a look at Hazel and be like, "Keep old Topaz safe." As he picks up his warhammer.
I'm of the mind to kind of ready ourselves to defend ourselves, but as some of they're usually docile unless attacked, to hold and see what it does.
Kind of the same for
That.
Warren. He will draw his blade from the sheath, but he will take a defensive stance just to see what the creature itself does.
Creature does not seem to react to your presence. It simply shuffles along down the path towards what you, Lauren, can now figure is a bunch of them up ahead.
Big company.
That is quite a significant number. They're not outwardly hostile, not yet at least. Let's maybe see if we can find a way around them.
Continuing forward provides a window, grotesque as it is, to perhaps circumvent them. As you begin to approach the red dragon, the body, you notice, as mentioned before, a lot of other bodies. There were a couple of them, sure. But there were a couple dragons, sure, but now you're seeing what you would know above game as Marlboro's giant tentacle monsters with massive claws. These squid-faced wizards that have been popping up, eyeballs that fly, bodies littered everywhere. Zephra, you've heard reports of some of these monsters. They are monsters from the Lunar Cry. And they have been here for years now. Not here specifically, but the monsters themselves. High level in their own way. And a whole bunch of them are dotted along the path here. Perished. It is easy enough to weave in and out of them to kind of avoid the spell plague victims. I would like everyone to roll a stealth check, though, if you would like.
Oh, we're doing stealth checks?
It may not look it, but I have disadvantage.
I think
That's okay, because...
What you got, Joe?
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Taking that risk. Pass without trace, baby.
Okay, pass that trace. Roll me a
But before
d20.
that... Oh, shit!
Uh-oh.
Oh no!
Warren,
Oh, well. Worth it.
Is it though?
as you cast Pass Without a Trace, you suffer your first point of spell plague.
Oh no!
Go ahead and add 1 permanent death save failure to your
What
character
the
sheet.
fuck?
Oh
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was about to ask, would I be able to hit him with a greater restoration to save him?
Absolutely not.
Damn.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that.
Unfortunately, we have not found a way to reverse this once it's been contracted. Only means to stave it off.
I still think it's worth it, though.
Oh boy, stealth.
That's a 12 for me.
That's actually a 22 because it pass without
Yes.
trace adds 10.
Yes, but I have disadvantage, so I wanted
26.
to make that clear.
Yeah.
That's a 38.
Hey,
Fucking damn, Zephra. 17. What the fuck? 17.
The 2 people in clunking armor did better.
Then the fucking yeah. What the shit?
That spell plague's pretty rough.
It fucked me up, son.
yeah, it's really rough, dude. There's a reason that it is kind of killing the world right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still needing 2 more.
Warren. Casting the spell as you have, you feel the magic envelop you. And as you do, hear a whisper, promise, a certainty. You can't identify words, but you feel like meaning almost. And you turn to look to see where it is, but there's nothing. But as you do, and you note that there is nothing, you walk forward, brushing past Hazel. Feels your skin a fair bit colder. But with the stealth check, begin to approach as you navigate through this field of bodies away from the other spell plague victims. Every once in a while, you begin to hear their mutterings. I remember. Following
Hey,
from
CG,
behind,
could you please repeat that?
I remember and Genova. As you begin to follow, you stay to the side of the path. But you do notice that it seems to cross at a certain point across this chasm. And at this point, all of you begin to hear heavy breathing. Get back here. What do you do? This voice sounded like it was coming from the chasm. Not in the chasm, but the crossing.
Sounds like somebody's in danger.
We don't know what to expect. Everyone have your guard up. And I guess we'll move to investigate.
All right.
Is this
You begin to-
chasm dark? Like,
It is full of mist.
okay.
You are unsure how far down it goes. As you pass closer to the crossing, you see that the bodies, almost instantly, as soon as they reach this crossing, create this wall, this pile, this small mountain. And you see as though the bodies are that of spell plague victims, piled high in front of you. The scent of blood is heavy in the air, but more so you see the spell plague victims move past and climb over the bodies. But most notably at the top, Hazel, you see something. Something you actually recognize for the first time since you've entered this place. You see a familiar face, strangely enough. At the top of the mountain of bodies, there is what appears to be a man standing there, leaning up against something, as the rest of you, other than Hazel, have never met this man. But Hazel, your heart drops and you feel a sense of annoyance, almost tempered by the strange surroundings. You find him again once more, as you see, guarding the bridge,
Motherfucker!
God damn it.
Greg?
This bitch.
Gilgamesh.
Hazel sells that out loud. Greg?
Who keeps calling me that? And he looks down and he sees all of you, goes, none shall get past this bridge. Insight check. Or medicine, actually.
I will do
Woo!
insight to figure
Insight's
out if he
better.
knows Hildebrand.
I'll make a medicine check.
I'm gonna do
I'll
medicine.
do a medicine.
That's a tan.
It's the same.
That was a
Same bonus
wild
for me.
roll, 25.
27.
6.
I got 11, but that's a nat 1.
Oh, jeez. Oh, no.
He's fine.
So, Belle, you're not sure. Mace, you're a little distracted by the mountain of bodies. Hazel. That is the
Seems
same
like him.
tone and cadence as that guy who was hanging out with Hildebrand.
Oh shit!
Xerxes and Zephra. The man at the top of the mountain is not one that you've met before, but Zephra, you have been privy to some of the reports surrounding this individual, who caused quite a stir a couple of years ago. But at this juncture, with the medicine check, he is currently immobile. He has propped himself up against his own naginata to try and keep himself standing up. And he is exhausted.
You look
I haven't
very
been called
tired.
Greg since that time at the academy, actually.
You look very tired.
What is all of these who try to cross my bridge, I will send back, as is my duty.
Don't make me call Mr. Mandeville again.
Mace will turn around. You know this man?
Yeah. It's a very complicated event with a zombie detective hero named who's not a zombie but crashed from Dalamut. Okay, we don't have time.
I was about to say that sounds complicated.
Less complicated and more very silly. Greg! Just keeps calling out to Greg.
I've heard that voice before, but certainly not here. You're that one warrior or something, right?
Like,
Right.
no, light.
At this, he kind of like perks up. He's like, "Aha! After for another rematch, I shall defeat you once." And he tumbles off the mountain of bodies, and he falls onto the ground before you. And you couldn't see it from his bluster and bravado. He is damaged. He's hurt. Armor has been shredded, torn asunder. It is a miracle that he is still alive, let alone conscious. Ugh. I think we'll have to put that match off for another day.
The fact that you are still breathing is nothing short of a miracle.
I've had worse.
Hazel will prop him up. Come on, friend. You coming with us? We're all gonna go home.
So what's been tiring you, brave warrior? Warren will kind of say he will try to affix his mask, trying to appear a bit more serious.
Look around you. And he gestures to the bodies, the dragons, spell plague victims. I have been fighting for years at this point, protecting this mountain.
While he's talking, Mace will pull out his healer's kit and attempt to do what he can for Greg.
Absolutely. Go ahead and roll a healer's kit for me, please.
Why? I have it in my inventory. I just don't. I would feel like I'm proficient with it.
while you are doing so, you seek to cross? I will have to send you back. I don't think I can't put up a fight like this.
I'm sure you can, but at some point you're gonna have to stop. And frankly, he'll kind of like look back towards the other spell plague victims. I believe your talents are needed elsewhere.
Curses. It's so bad.
How did you even get here anyway?
They traveled across the rift, as is my wont. But after a brief sojourn here, Odin, the Esper, requested my aid in defending this bridge. Gifted me this nice little toy. He holds out what appears to be a wicked saber with a skull carved into it, is like a faded pastiche. But he said that something was going to happen, and my talents would be needed. They certainly were. But... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, sorry, that was just me thinking.
Fiji, above game. Apparently, have to have the healer feat for it to actually heal any hit points.
I'll allow it just for the sake of flavor. It's fine.
Okay. I still don't know what I need to
Roll me a medicine with advantage. That'll be easy enough.
Okay.
For the sake of time. I know healer's kits are a little difficult.
It's a 21.
You begin to patch up Gilgamesh. The wounds that he has they're not deep, but they are adding up. This man has been through a battle of 1,000 cuts. And on the plus side, it does make him very easy to treat with your healer's kit. But wounds of this caliber and nature do run deep. So he is going to need some time before okay again. Regardless, as you spend some time healing him, he is able to, at the very least, bring himself up to stand. It has been difficult, but another step in my journey at least. But I seek to warn you. You are here for the trials of the mountain. They have new occupants.
Were you supposed to
What
be
do you mean
first?
by...
We'll go with Haza first, then Joe.
Yeah.
I asked, were you supposed to be the first?
No. The trials were further up the mountain. I was
You-
supposed to simply be the guardian force that prevented any who were seeking to do the mountain harm during what the Espers thought would be a tumultuous time.
Well, was Yojimbo one of them?
Your jokes are hearty. Would that I could laugh without pain.
It's not really a joke. You've done this before. That's why
I
I'm asking.
know what you're talking about. Jeez.
It's not a joke.
It's not me or the disguise that I donned. No.
Okay. That'll be you then, Joe.
What do you mean by new occupants?
permit me to backtrack a little bit. I have been told that the skies opened and descended many a great beast upon this plane, yes?
Sounds familiar.
Where they drew monsters from is the place that I frequent the most, the interdimensional rift. And a few of the great beasts trapped in there have found their way to this place, drawn by the magic and ambient power within. But I think they were more drawn to each other. One was drawn, the other followed. A pair I am very familiar from Rift. And I would like everyone at this juncture to roll me a dexterity saving.
Oh no.
As you begin to hear a rumble.
22.
Advantage.
That bridge is falling, ain't it? That's
15.
I'm just.
Oh
I'm just trying to
no!
see. I have a lot of feats. I'm just trying to make sure there isn't one that Okay. $17.
Xerxes, Mace. The
I-
rumbling begins to grow. Sorry?
I do just have a quick question. Is a 14 enough to pass? Because if it's not, I have a thing.
It is enough to pass.
Okay,
You may want to save your thing anyways.
great.
As this rumbling begins, Gilgamesh looks to everyone and says, "Brace yourselves, as this mountain is about to be shook asunder again." And as he says this, there is a massive laser that shoots off the top of the mountain. It doesn't land anywhere. It seems to be aimed upward. But the force of the blast is enough to force poor Xerxes and Mace off their feet as they fall prone.
my gods.
Oh,
Oh no.
not the ones you call espers. These are beings from my, loath as I am to call it that, mechanical monstrosity and the dragon that it chases. In the rift, almost perhaps at the beginning, two, locked in an eternal struggle. The first dragon, Shinryu, and its supposed executioner, the machine Omega. Their war continues atop this mountain. It seals away that is where we are going to end for tonight's session.
Ah, fuck.
Damn.
Oof.
Fucking Avengers Endgame with all these fucking callbacks, dude.
Sheesh.
Holy schmoly.
Y'all are at the super end phase. Let me enjoy this a little bit.
No, I'm loving it. I'm eating it up.
I'm loving it, especially because the evidence pointing towards like this being like a possible source of the spell plague is getting more and more like viability, I guess is what I want to say. I don't know words.
It be smelling like something's cooking.
The Rock's not here though.
No, we just
Gwen?
got Greg in his place. But yes,
I prefer Greg.
me too, dude. But that is where we're going to have to call it for tonight. Hey Haza, was Omega and Shinryu on your bingo card?
The fucking Omega raids from Final Fantasy XIV were not on my list. Like when you said Shinryu and then the machine that chases him, and I'm like, motherfucker's doing the Omega raids.
I am so glad. Hold up, let me switch the music over. We didn't get enough of the fun music from earlier. We'll do that now. I was so glad because I planned this out before. I had this planned out when we were doing Festive Fantasy last year, and then as it was shaping up, I was realizing that I was getting not one but two people who knew what the fuck was about to go down. Yes.
Yes, good.
I did not see it coming.
I am
The
a
end
baby
of that war.
in Final
Persona?
Fantasy 14, so I don't know.
Yeah,
I
I'm
do
not
exactly.
Stormblood.
I'm clueless on all of this.
I'm halfway through Heaven's Ward.
Perhaps one
Like-
day.
But
Haza's reactions like kind of help me gauge the seriousness of this whole situation.
I'll give some context for those who are less familiar with Final Fantasy. So Haza knows them specifically from 14, but Shinryu and Omega are the first in-canon super bosses in Final Fantasy. And their lore is that Shinryu is a massive dragon that is a huge, like, universal threat, and Omega was the weapon that was built to kill it.
Mhm. That is the same as 14.
Yep.
Fuck.
So hey guys,
Hey.
you get to fight a Super Terminator and totally not and Proto Bahamut. Have fun.
Yippee.
Oh
Let's-
no!
Yippee.
Let's
But
go
you-
ahead and start sending it around the horn. Let's start with the person who has finally deigned to grace our table of Festive Fantasy, person who has been the center of it and yet absent this whole time, Haza.
Hi everyone. This was made to avoid me. I'm Hazard is my name. You can find me everywhere. I also want to drop a little bit of lore on the character now. CG and I talked a little bit, and we had to change my character's name because Hazet Dinkles doesn't quite have a more serious ring to it. But it's so cool to be here, like, playing this finally. Like, it feels so weird. Like, I'm not supposed to be playing Festive Fantasy.
Something's wrong with the universe.
Yeah, it's like, am I allowed to be here? Is this correct? But no, it's really cool to finally be playing it. I'm so stoked. I can't wait to do the super boss from Final Fantasy. From Monster Hunter Wilds.
Yeah.
Oh,
Good
that
old
asshole.
Mega Planides.
Go,
And that's
pass
me.
the ball.
Joe.
Hi. As someone who has been on the outside looking in at Festive Fantasy all of these years, it's actually really nice to be invited to be a part of it. So thank you, everybody.
We love Joe in this
Uh,
household.
Yes. It's true.
Joe,
I love-
Joe.
I love Frost too. So I don't typically shield, but you can see me tomorrow for Sins of the Blood, where I play the Human Monk Pact. Yeah, speaking of people that we know and love, Twinto.
Hello, I am Squinto Bean. You could find me all over the place. Normally I'm hanging out in twitch.tv #FartingTart /FartingTarts chat, or you will find me
Oh.
on Friday nights
I don't know, some dog.
in the chat for twitch.tv/Edward Bosco, as I will RP my character at times as Victor Vicious, the former World Heavyweight Champion. But I'd like to say it's great to be able to get in on one of these, like Joe said. This is great. I love D&D. I love Final Fantasy. And all these people are really cool, and you should shield them, like Tart and Willie. And speaking
Especially
of, I'll pass
Willie.
it off to Willie.
Hi,
Handsome.
that's me.
I
God, I've
agree.
been waiting for that. I agree. Yes, my name's Willie. I play randomizers usually, except for I guess this week because Path of Exile 2 update just came out and I'm hooked on it. I get to be Big Bear slamming, and eventually a Pokemon trainer when I can capture. They introduced an update where you can just take a unique boss and have it as a pet.
Oh.
Fucking Battle of Exile. I'm looking forward to that. But yes, you find me at Wiley is Willie on Twitch. Find my music on YouTube and Ko-Fi at Wiley Willie. Oh, and also I'll be, well, I guess not for a month, but you'll occasionally see me on Burn Up On's channel every other Saturday. Speaking of, who else can we find there? J Frost? Perhaps?
Hello.
Any chance?
Hi everybody. Twitch, Twitter, JFrost747. Really have not been streaming. Life is coming at me fast. Fatherhood is very, very busy day and time. Find me here on this lovely channel for more Festive Fantasy. You will also find me for Sins of the Blood. And hopefully returning soon, Rascals in Ravnica.
Hooray!
But that's it for me. CG.
No, I am the CG. I do a bunch of different things that has already been mentioned, because I don't do other things. I don't care for the social media. Rather, I will say one of the things I do is I show up on that one FartingTart channel to help with the Valkyrie mod as best I can. Speaking of, one FartingTart, what other things do you do besides the Valkyrie mod on that channel? Would I occasionally show up?
Before I do my outro, I do want to give a shout out to one more person, that being Punkyard Dog, who actually was originally meant to be here for this game. I won't go into specifics, but Punk had a pretty major change at home recently that has taken them out of commission for a bit. So unfortunately they are not able to join us like was originally planned. But to that end, it does mean that we did get to bring Squinto in, and I am so happy that Squinto is here.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I haven't played with Squinto. I'm looking forward.
Yeah. Just want to kind of take a moment and say to everyone to kind of give your best vibes out to Punk. We miss them. We love
We
them
love you,
very
Punk.
much.
Yes.
All the good vibes. Also, we should probably talk about. Well, I guess we could talk about it after my intro, or my outro. To that end, hi guys, gals, and non-binary pals. My name is Tart. I played Zephra, who is an OG Festive Fantasy character, all the way back from the first time we did this 5 years ago. Holy schmoly.
So
Jesus.
long.
Rice, dude.
Holy fucking schmoly, dude.
We've been avoiding Haza for 5 years, and finally we messed it up.
But you can find me at
God, avoid me
twitch.tv.
now, motherfuckers!
you can find me at twitch.tv/FartingTart, where I am a variety dog tuber. I primarily play Souls-like horror games. And tomorrow you can find me here actually for what was previously mentioned, Sins of the Blood, which is our homebrew survival horror campaign that is very serious and very dark at all times and definitely does not have moments of comedic relief. Smile. But
Listen.
Uh-huh. No, I'm listening. Go ahead.
We have to use bits to cope with the trauma.
Yes,
There's a lot of
correct.
trauma and fear.
As you should. But I am the DM for that game, so you will see me here tomorrow. You will also see me, not this upcoming Tuesday, but next Tuesday, for the final episode of the Death to Zariel mini campaign that we had mentioned previously. Tune in for that. It's going to be a good time. We should also mention, what is the plan for next Saturday, CG?
So there was
Oh, yeah.
a bit of a small conflict with time. So we will not be streaming next Saturday. Instead, we will be streaming next Friday instead.
Yes.
But it is going to be Saturday for the rest of the month. The whole month of June is going to be Festive Fantasy time. So look forward to next Friday and then Saturdays going forward.
Yes. So, tune in on this upcoming Friday, where we will be back for our second episode of Festive Fantasy 6, the penultimate series of this fucking 5-year-long overarching mini campaign that has been such a blast. But with that, my friends, we are going to raid a friend of the channel. We're gonna raid Johnny.
Johnny.
I have a raid message.
What is your raid message?
Malachi is my favorite Dragoon.
Wait, no.
That
Let's just call him a Dragooner.
No.
Yeah.
I'm so glad
Good
Malachi
evening.
got to make an appearance.
Malachi
But,
the Dragooner. Let's go.
Everyone,
Gooner in all caps.
everyone go show Johnny some love. Let him know who sent you. We will be back next Friday for the second episode of Festive Fantasy 6. Thank you all for joining us. We love you all so very much. And remember, as always, Black Lives Matter, trans rights are human rights. You're loved, you're valid. Have no one's told you today, you fucking matter. We love you all. We'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Laters.
Bye.
Yeah.